Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in.
I like this music, y'all. It's a good way to get going in the morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. We have actually some, that's what I want, catching up to do. I wanted to quickly go over a recap of yesterday in the Lori Daybell trial. Thank you so much for joining me, everybody. Whoa, not that much. Not that much. Come on, back it off. Okay, I guess that will have to work. So we had a very interesting day yesterday. We had a lot going on. We had the Lori Daybell trial. We had a couple of disasters happening across the country. So hopefully today will be a quieter day. I hope so, y'all. But I'm going to do a quick rundown on what was going on in the Lori Daybell trial yesterday. And then we're going to hopefully get into court soon. Never know with them, though. Okay, at 9:50 a.m., media and the public were led into the courtroom. There was a long line of people. At 10 a.m., Lori Daybell is in the courtroom with her blue blazer, of course. The judge said the state filed some motions regarding subpoenas from Lori Daybell. It sounds like both sides will discuss those after lunch. Well, we're going to get to them today. At 10:18 a.m., Dr. Derek Baumgardner, medical examiner in the Maricopa County Office of the Medical Examiner, it was on the stand. He was as solid and smooth and chill as you could be. He did the autopsy on Charles Vallow, and by his account, the state's 12th witness, okay, thus far. Witness, excuse me, at 10:40, the jury was shown photos of Charles Vallow's autopsy. It showed a lead wound to his body, one in the abdomen and one in the chest. The prosecutors are focusing on the chest wound first. The ME testified if someone is shot through the heart like Charles Vallow was, it could take a couple of minutes for him to pass away. And it's possible for him to have touched the wound on his chest with his left hand. It's possible he could have fallen to his knees after he was impaled with a piece of lead, according to the ME. At 10:44 a.m., the prosecutors is now focusing on the second wound. The ME said this went through the abdomen and out his shoulder, which means it was kind of like this angle went into the abdomen and out the shoulder and into the floor where it left. The indent and the piece of lead was in the wood floor. Prosecutors also asked whether a T-shirt causing certain markings, as Lori Daybell suggested in cross-examination of another witness, and he said no. Hello, Miss Ronnie. Hello, Mr. Gerald. Hello, one sunny day. Elena, June, Elena, and one sunny day. We're first three in chat. They will get extra entries today. The ME said he had not seen tight clothing cause those kind of markings on the skin or anything with bamboo. Lori Vallow Daybell then asked about the tight clothing marks on the wound. She asked about the bamboo clothing and how tight the material would be. He's like, I don't know, but it wouldn't cause that. She also asked if Charles could have been shot while lying down. The ME said, or by falling down, meaning while he was falling. And the ME said no. Daybell asked for the toxicology test, and the EME said it's not typical to screen for regular medications, testosterone, or human hormone growth. Medication, sorry. Lori Daybell started across the examination at 10:53 a.m. At 11 a.m., the state had a quick redirect where the ME confirmed the cause of death was a gunshot wounds. The jury submitted some questions. The judge read these jurors' questions and asked if there was a significant amount of blood. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm accidentally hitting something. In the lung. I think he said the left lung. And the ME said there was blood pooling in the chest cavity on the left side, but not in the lung. He also added it could mean the heart was still beating, or that due to the hole left in the heart from the lead, it could have oozed out whatever blood that was still in the chest. In the heart. The state's next witness was called at 11:05, Agent Mark Sari, and the Social Security Administration. I recall Special Agent Sari also was put on the case in Idaho. He said he was asked to look at the survivor benefits for Lori Vallow and JJ Vallow. He became aware of Tylee Ryan Vallow Daybell's daughter receiving benefits as well. The special agent testified that Daybell was getting approximately $4,000 a month. $4,000 a month after Charles Vallow passed away in benefits for the surviving spouse and for JJ. It was $1,900 and something and change each. Lori Vallow gets up for cross-examination at 11:19. The agent is confused by some of her questions, and so were we. At the state's objecting to asking questions about her own experiences, saying, "It's testimony, Your Honor." Objection. She's testifying. Of course, at 11:26 a.m., Vallow Daybell asked whether he's been seen all her applicated benefits while he was investigating for fraud. Some of her other questions got struck down by objections. She asked for a moment to confer with her advisory counsel. Daybell wraps up her questioning by asking who assigned the case to the special agent Sari, and he said it was his special agent in charge. He got the case in January 2022. The state did have a redirect. On redirect, the state confirms that Lori Daybell benefits would have been ceased if she married, but JJ Vallow would receive benefits for the death of his father, Charles. The jury submits a question for review. Vallow followed up with a question asking if he could have missed the notification. He said no, he did not, based on all the available records. The jury also asked whether Vallow Daybell ever notified anyone that she had been married. And again, the inspector said no. The judge reads the two jury questions and asks, is a payment to Lori Daybell stopped after the investigation? They were. The state's witness, Robin Smith Scott, with Banner Life Insurance policy, took the stand at 11:51. Let's see, June. I'm going to take a break from that and answer and see June's comment. Stop it. I'm not wanting you to do that. I've been thinking about the hardwood floor and the damage of the round. Did they by any chance ask any splitters that may have been in the back of the shoulder? I don't think so. That would be a very good jury question. The jury did break for lunch and court recessed again at 1:15. Back in session, both sides were there. The jury was not yet there. The court is planning on going through motion hearings. 126, the jury came back with Robin Smith Scott back on the witness stand. The state introduced phone call that Lori Daybell made to the Banner Life Insurance Agency on July 15th of 2019, just a few days after Charles Vallow had passed away on July 11th. In the recordings, which were played for the jury, Daybell said she was the beneficiary of this insurance policy. She tells Scott, who was taking the call, that the shooting was an accident. So when Scott asked her, how did he pass? She was like, shot. And then the lady said, well, I hate to ask you how, or, but, and Daybell goes, accident? She sounded nervous and giggled during the exchange. The state introduced a phone call again with Lori Daybell made to the Banner Life Insurance on July 15th. A few days after that, then the state produces a second phone call to Banner Life Insurance. This call was after she was advised that she was not the beneficiary. Vallow Daybell tells Scott, who's taking the call again? That she was surprised. Daybell sounded frustrated and points out that they have 5 children. We have 5 children. One of them's autistic. And how can we make any changes? Vallow Daybell tries to ask about those beneficiary and changes, but Scott disclosed nothing because she was not permitted to do so due to privacy. That is what was interesting. And then she goes, well, I'm in the insurance business. He was in the insurance business, and we know. Well, then you can't be asking these questions. 1:51 p.m. Lori Vallow has no questions for Scott. She leaves the witness stands, and the state calls Jeff Moberg, a firearms expert from Arizona Department of Public Safety. I loved him. I was in for him. At 2:15, he testified that he tested the weapon used in Charles Vallow's death and walks the jury through the process. Typical standard. One of the things is there's a metal cylinder that goes on an angle. Actually, sometimes it's a square box and then a round cylinder, kind of shaped like a hockey puck. And you fire into it and the bullet goes through in water. It captures the bullet in the water. The casing is caught then in a net. So that was what he explained. He testified that he tested the gun and that caused the death of Charles, and walked them through the process again. On cross-examination, Vallow Daybell asked where he got the case. She asked more details about the case. He said he got the request for this case to test in March of 25. Daybell also asked whether the casings would land in the same spot of the shooter moves. The state objects to the line of questioning. The judge allows it. Moberg can then depend on a lot of factors. So one of the things that was asked was basically if they're firing here and then firing here, the casings are going to be moved around. He said they kind of shoot kind of like in a circle or a pool to the right, up and to the right. There is variance in this. It is not specific. It depends on the flooring. It depends on what they hit. If they hit something on the way down, you cannot nail that information down. As much as Lori Daybell tried, believe it or not, she tried very hard to nail down this information, and she did not get what she wanted. At 2:27 p.m., the state wraps up the questioning of after a brief redirect. There was at least one question submitted by the jury. All sides go to sidebar and determine whether it can be asked. Later, the judge reads the question and about the casings, where they would go if the gun was shot sideways. So, if the gun is shot sideways, which way would the casing goes? And as always, is it this sideways or this sideways? If it's this sideways, it will eject and can fall to the left, but also to the right. If it's this way, it's going to eject in a downward manner, hit the floor with some more force than the other direction, and it can definitely bounce and land where it lands. The next witness, called Cassandra Yuklin, a detective with the Chandler PD. She was called to the scene of Alex Cox's shooting of Charles Vallow. She said when she got there, she remembers seeing Cox sitting on a curb. He appeared to be normal and wasn't really agitated or upset. Later, at some point, she noticed Lori Daybell and her daughter had arrived. They had parked the car across the street, as per all the other emergency vehicles were there. She said she went to notify Lori Daybell of her husband's death, and Lori Daybell told her she knew because she was there. So, when talking, she appeared nonchalant, not emotional, didn't seem to be overly affected by the fact that he had been unalived, and that to her was strange. Yukon said Lori, Yukon, Yinclan said that Lori Daybell and Tylee Ryan were witnesses and needed to be interviewed, so they drove them to the police station. There is a part of the police station that is set aside for victims' rights advocacy, and that's where they went to interview them. It's a more comfortable experience, especially since Tylee was a minor. The majority of the drive, they said they talked about Tylee's school and whatnot, non-destructive conversation. And Lori Vallow was just chattering along and didn't appear to be emotionally stressed in any way, shape, or form. The I-Team report the video back that Chandler police released on Lori Daybell. They talked about the different videos that they played in their in the court. The state played the portions of the interview, the detectives, and Vallow was once again, Lori Vallow at that time was very nonchalant. The 3:03, the court does break for recess, but one of the jurors is called back in. The judge asked the juror if they had talked with another juror about Social Security. The juror said yes, he was dealing with his own Social Security issues. He said this would not impact him as a juror in this case. The jury was brought back in, and the state resumes questioning of Detective Yinklin. Lori Daybell comes back into the courtroom, smiles at her son Cody, who was sitting in the front row of the gallery. No one could see his reaction because everyone's sitting behind him. She continues to object and wants the whole video shown. The judge continues to allow it in portions. The video clips essentially go through Lori interview the day of the shooting. The interview said that she didn't know why Charles was coming over that morning or why he was talking to her brother Adam. She said that he was screaming at her and she took his phone. She said Tylee came out with a baseball bat and a struggle ensued. She said she heard a shot but didn't see it. The detective tells the jury that Lori Vallow did not call 911 despite having two phones on her that she owned and another phone of Charles Vallow. The prosecutor emphasized that Lori was the one who started the fight and that she never gave Charles his phone back. The detective describes driving Lori and Tylee back to the police department interviews. Again, said they were just chattering. It was kind of striking, she said. It was unusual. At 4:11 p.m., Lori Daybell asked the detective testimony about her demeanor. She asked if she was psychologically degreed, and she said, "No, I don't have a degree in psychology." Daybell followed up by asking, what does a person should be like in times of stress? The detective said there wasn't one way to act, but their behavior was striking, done to say the least. She cross-examined, continued, and the interview talked about the interview. That is the week in a recap, y'all. That is where we ended. Hi, Cowgirl 15. Hey, Swan. Hey, Dawn. Hey, Ronnie. Hey, June. Hey, Gerald. One sunny day. Thank you so much for y'all for being here. We are waiting for court to resume. We do not have court yet, but I thought I'd come on and give a rundown of what went on yesterday. There was some snark, and we were here for that snark. It was a little snarky. I'm looking at some information. Oh, these Middle Eastern, an Indian friend of mine gave them to me. I really like them. I haven't worn them in a long time. They look heavy, but they're not. Hi, Toxic! Welcome, welcome, welcome aboard. Y'all, I almost forgot. Gotta get the giveaway going, but that's okay. It'll catch all of you. We're good. Y'all, we had a lot of likes yesterday, but not as many that said I liked. So please, y'all need to like this. If you are watching and you hit the thumbs up, you need to say I like to be in the drawing for a chance to be in the giveaway at the end of the month. Let me do something, y'all. Thank you. I have a folding chair in here so some people can sometimes I have people come in and use my studio. Come on. Why are we not going back? Ah, that feels better. I don't feel so in your face. So anyway, thank you for liking, you guys. Okay, we are waiting. Why can I not add this to stage? Why can't I share? Let me see. Share this tab instead. See, we are waiting. So I changed the colors on my computer. Can I not? Why is it not? Let's see if I can get my camera working. I've changed it because it was too bright. So I've changed it to a purple. A purple. We like purple, y'all. Why is my camera not working? I'll let it do its thing. Oh, there it is. Yay. So I changed this header to purple. Hi, guys. This is my setup, guys. This is my room. This is my room. I'm going to try and get it down just a hair. There we go. Yes, this is my protein snack of choice. I probably should have it laying over here. Maybe I'll just put one or two out and then put the rest away. I've got to get my protein up. I am not getting enough protein. Look how long my hair is, y'all. It's getting there. I forget how long it is. Oh, so for those of you who are new to my channel, hi, Lady Jane. This is my setup. This is the soundboard. I have 1, 2, 3 monitors that I use. This is the switch monitor. This is what I use to change your views. There, I have an iPad over here. I have the phone here. And I have the keyboard and, of course, the wonderful camera. So this is me. This is me. I'm going to Discord right now. Let's see what's happening in the land of Discord. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I've got some. Oh, I got to catch y'all up. There were $60 donated yesterday to the Discord. Buy me a coffee. Those were Dawn donated, Elena and Aaron. Thank you guys. Also, I've been talking. Nope, that's perfectly fine. Toxic. I'm fine with that, Miss June and Ronnie. You guys are now my note takers, my bullet point note takers for the Reed trial. I am so grateful for y'all be willing to do that. That will, number one, because I'm deaf, I don't hear as well as you guys, and I rely mostly on captioning. And I was going to show y'all that in a minute because some of y'all don't realize that everything I hear, I'm reading. I'm not just sitting listening to court. And sometimes it looks like I'm fluttering around and playing around. No, a lot of times I am trying to get a better captioning. Sometimes the captioning goes down and I have to find another source of captioning. So, and also, I'm also looking for information. Like right now, people have contacted me through Discord, and that is my live way. If anybody is watching and you guys have information, have a link or whatever, be a member of our Discord. All you have to do is go in and log in, go in and join and validate your account just like you do over at As the Gavel Drops. When you validate that account, you can go to member information drop. Member information drop, and there you go. So when I do captioning, I'm getting it up now so I can do it. So you can see me moving. Look here, there's this thing that I'm moving in the center. You guys can see it. That is my live captioning. If I put it on here for preferences, include microphone audio. So now it's captioning and you guys can see it, hear everything I'm saying. But if there's a video playing, it's captioning as well. And so I will be moving that around sometimes, but that is how I hear. So when I look down and go to take a note, I'm missing everything that's being said. So my note takers, thank you, thank you. And at the end of that trial, I will send you a gift for doing that and working so hard to help me. I appreciate y'all so very, very much. I cannot do this without help. This is not a one-man gang. Somebody just, I'm looking. No more news. We have the trial is up over here. I will move this here. So what y'all don't understand is sometimes I have 15 windows that I can open or more, depending on what we are doing. So it's a lot of work, y'all. There's my Discord link. So I'm going to run it again today. I will give 20 additional entries in the end of the month giveaway for those of you who go and buy a cup of coffee for As the Gavel Drops. If you guys can a mod put that up in comments for me, the cup of coffee. If you anyone, I guess any, well, I guess I don't have the link right here. Anyone who buys a cup of coffee for As the Gavel Drops will get 20 additional entries to the end of the month drawing. It's very important to support them. All of our court documents, let me give you a quick, I need to do a quick shout out. See, you guys can see me working right here. It's kind of cool. Thank you so much, As the Gavel Drops, for all your kindness and your support. Without you, we cannot do what we do. We ask that everybody go over to Discord, join As the Gavel Drops, validate your account. You too can get all the documents that we use because we get it from As the Gavel Drops. They are the #1 court document supplier on the internet. And if you love reading documents, please go to As the Gavel Drops. And once again, thank you so much for your support. We greatly appreciate all of your support. And there we go. For court documents, you can go to, oh, well, I'm going to the wrong one. Go to As the Gavel Drops. They are famous to me, infamous. I can't do it without them. They're my buds. They're my peeps. Let's see. trying to do what I said. If you buy a cup of coffee for uh, where is there? I think I have it in my banners. There it is. I'm gonna go there. We're gonna go there. Pin it at the beginning. Put a comma in. I'm a student in college, and everything I do, I have that grammatically, and it wants to correct it. So there you go. I pinned it up atop. So if you go and buy them a cup of coffee, it could be $5, it could be $10, 50, 100, whatever. That money will go to support those who have to buy the documents. What people don't realize is we are buying the documents, not me. Their mods are buying most of the documents. A lot of the documents are behind a paywall and they have to be paid for. And so they do it without question. It's a great donation, but we need to support them. It's not fair for us to get all these documents and not support them. I am a monthly subscriber. You can subscribe monthly. Yay! So I am a monthly subscriber to them because do you know what? I don't think we get our documents anywhere else. Yes, 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 yes. Later on, Miss Diane will be on. I need to get a hold of her and tell her to fix her account. Let me do it all caps so she'll see it. Okay, so I just told Miss Diane to try and fix her account. You guys, it's been a very interesting day in court yesterday. I cannot wait. I'm like, I'm ready, and I haven't had coffee yet. I'm ready. You can tell I had a good night's sleep because I did my makeup today. I I slept in. I was so mad. I I was going to sleep in until 10:30 this morning. Because I know probably starting tomorrow I'm going to be here at the butt cracking on. Oh, forgot to tell you. I did hear Auntie Bev give the schedule for the Karen Reed trial. And here's the schedule. They're starting it at 9:00 their time. 9:00 their time. Then they're going to that's 8:00 our time. Thank you, dear Jesus. Thank you, dear Jesus, because they started 8:00 in the morning last time, and that meant I had to be here in seat, ready to go at literally 6:30 in the morning because it takes time for me to get all this stuff set up. And so I'm happy to hear that they are now going to be coming into court um at 9 their time, 8 my time. Why are my ears trying to connect? They should not be. Sorry about that, y'all. Just lost my ears for a minute. Anyway, so what's happening with this is so the court schedule is this. My time, 8:00. Well, let me do it on their time. 9:00 their time. About 10:15, 10:30, they'll take a break. Then about noon their time, they'll take a lunch, about 30 to 45 minutes. And in the afternoon, they'll take a break and they'll be done by 4:00 their time. If they're in the middle of a juror, a juror, in the middle of a witness that they need to go to 4:30, they will ask if the jury is okay to stay till 4:30. So the good news is that this is going to be an early day, but an early ending. Why does that affect us so much? Because Lori Daybell starts at 11, okay, every day. 12:00, 11 to 12 o'clock, depending on the court schedule, every day. And so what we're going to do is then why is this not working? It's driving me crazy. We are going to then take a 10-15-minute break, and we will then come back in after the end of the retrial about 4 o'clock their time, which is 3 my time. Yay! 3 o'clock my time. So they'll come in. We'll start at 8 o'clock my time. It should be done between 3 and 3:30 my time. We'll come in at 3:30 to 4, depending on when they break. With the Lori Vallow, I figured if we do it at 1.25 speed and we zoom through all the breaks, we'll be done in 4 hours-ish. So that means 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock latest at night for me. That means I'm going to be able to do this. I mean, I was anticipating us being here till 10, 11 o'clock my time every night, and it's not going to be that way. So this is going to be a very, very doable situation, and I'm happy for it. Yes. Thank you guys for all who have supported as the gavel drops. You are simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone. Okay. Pretty Lies and Alibis, who is there right now, says it is not full in the waiting room today. Yesterday morning was full house. We should be let in about 9:45 their time. David, thank you for liking. Everybody, thank you so much for liking. We have 21 in YouTube. By the way, I have got 5 places: Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, and Instagram that I am on live. This is new to me. How am I offline? What? How am I offline? Anybody know anything about Twitch? How am I get offline? Connect? Oh, no. Connect. I want to connect with YouTube. Okay, we'll do that one. Select all. Continue. Connect. That was interesting. Why am I all of a sudden not able to connect? That is weird. I am new to all this on Twitch, and it's new to me. All new to me. Hi, Aaron. Hi, C. Morales. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. We are connected now. So does that mean I'm live over there? Did I make it work? Are we good? Alternate. How am I offline? Okay. I don't know, y'all. I have no idea, y'all. I'll have to figure it out. We'll figure it out. But right now, it is what it is. I'm trying. I was trying. How do we get online? I'll figure it out later. But the good news is we are branching out, y'all, and I'm so excited. Thank you, Widget 81. So the trial should be starting at about 10:15 for us in about 30 minutes after that, I'm guessing. Widget, it's 10 a.m. here in Arizona. Well, it's 12:07 here in Texas. And it said they were supposed to start at 12 o'clock my time. So that's why I came on early. For those of you who missed it, if you want to replay and catch up, I gave a quick, well, semi quick review. How are y'all liking the different views? How do y'all like watching me work behind the scenes? And of course, there's the iPad. I have the iPad because if we have any major weather or anything I need to pull up on the iPad, y'all can. Unfortunately, I don't think y'all can hear it. So it would have to be, remember when that plane accident, that airplane happened? I was able to pull up the app and show y'all what was going on. They haven't started court cams yet. Uh-oh, I saw a glitch. I saw a glitch. When they start glitching. Oh, get my phone back on. So, oh, take that back. Starting up. Okay. So, do y'all like that view or is it too much? By the way, I explained earlier and other people are wondering, you can see this thing moving on my screen. That's my live captioning. People said, well, if you can't hear, how can you keep up with court? I read it. I have it and that way, and I read it. It's called captioning. Oh, Lori accidentally sent subpoenas to Charles' brother and Larry Woodcock. The judge tell her to be more diligent. There's a victim bill of rights. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. She got her. Did we didn't get to do it. We's gonna do it. We's gonna do it. We's gonna do it. I want to do it. Can I do it? Y'all listen carefully. Why didn't it play? There it goes. I'm not hard of hearing, but I can't hear without my subtitles. Yeah, I know. No, when court starts, I'm going to change and turn off the include microphone because that gets a little confusing watching myself read myself talking. That's a little weird. I'll be honest to say. Little weird, a little cray cray. And then so I have that view. I have that view. We have this reared and ready to go. There we go. But I'll go back to this view. So I know some people are really liking this. You get to see how fat I am. Although I have lost 45 pounds. I'm so excited. Lost it in areas I didn't want to lose it. Yeah, baby. But yes. You get to see all my mess on my desk. I have a clear thing that holds my keypad that lights up, but I found it was too distracting. All those lights down here. I have enough lights around me. So I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'm good, thank you. I don't need any more lights. I do have my peanut butter and my other cup of fluids over here, so I'm ready to go. By the way, honey bun, honey, Gerald, thank you so much for taking time out of your morning to come back over here and bring me fluids, making sure that I stay hydrated. And there goes my ears. Oh, they're back on. They go in and out, by the way. Hello, honey. Hello, honey. How are you doing? Oh, good. Well, honey bun, when you come back, maybe you can help me with Twitch. Um, so I want to give a special shout out to my mods. They are fabulous and they are diligent and they are so kind. And I'm so grateful for each and every one of you. Two mods have stepped up and will be note takers for me and will be emailing me notes or texting or putting them in Discord or whatever. Um, we will get together and talk about that, but that's going to be June and Ronnie. So you guys give a special applause to June and Ronnie for taking on that tedious task. I couldn't do it without you. So y'all are amazing. Thank you so very, 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 very much. Um, because one of my goals is to have interpreting as much as possible for the Karen. Well, I'm going to do Karen Reed trial. And that means I will be interpreting a whole lot before my interpreter can join me in her breaks with her other job. She interprets it for a college student and another school, I think elementary. And so it's my job to interpret until she arrives. Then we will team up and mod back and forth together. OMG. Thank you for using the love mods. Oh my gosh, that is so awesome. Y'all don't know, you can't see it here, but if you go into the YouTube, you can see we have special um emojis for members. Now, next month I'm doing a membership drive. I would love to get our membership up. I have been doing this right about a year. I'm a new channel and it's been a whirlwind and it has been a ton of learning to the point that I have been so overwhelmed that I had to take a break on some things. Um, People don't know me. When I started this, I started it doing as a jail widow. I lost my husband to prison. I just wanted to share my experiences. I did not know that it was going to take off in this direction. Be careful what you start. You don't know where you're going to end. So in this day and where I'm at now, I had to learn Discord, StreamYard. I had to learn YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, X. I already knew Facebook. I had to learn how to use the Rodecaster Pro 2, the ATM Mini Extreme, the Stream Deck. I had to learn how to stream with the iPad. I had to learn microphones. I had to learn so much stuff in a very short time, and the camera and how to run. And by the way, big thank you. Big, huge thank you to Recovery Addict. I haven't talked to him in a long time. I need to shoot him a text saying, "Hey, still love you. Haven't talked to you in a while. It's been busy, but I want to thank him. He was so kind in helping me set up. I called him in tears many times, and he always took time for me, and I greatly appreciate him." Lori just walked into the courtroom. Yep, I just saw that. I am watching two of them, Nate, and I'm watching Pretty Lies. So we got this, y'all. We got this. And Nate is in the courtroom. Okay, another witness, Ashley. Run. Okay, let's see. Ashley Rund, Lori says, has not been found or served. Um, Another person's not been served. I want to save all the names. Lori is unsure if Barry Cox has been served. Judge said she's out of town for these witnesses as of the state is resting on Thursday or Monday. The latest, even if they are found and served to testify, judge needs to know the relevant information they have to the case. The state would need to interview them within the next day or so, but they could still be excluded because it's late. Lori asked Zach Cox about Zach Cox. What a name. And what relevant information he has. He's my brother, Adam Cox, that day on the 11th. So he was with her brother and has communicated with Adam and Charlie's days prior to that. Back to the courtroom on day 6. There's a handful of public seats open. Judge asked for more specifics on Trina Kay. Says that she spoke with Zach Cox and he had no idea he would be called as a witness. So there is witness trouble in the Daybell land. 100% agree. The witnesses won't be zombies. That's zombie in sign language, by the way. So there's some trouble in Honey Boo's house, and she needs to sort it out. And I am all here for it. That woman's got a lot of work to do. So anyway, but back to my thanking. I really, really want to thank RA, recovery addict, for everything he's done for me. We don't do this alone. It is a family, and we're happy to be a part of that family. So it is a blessing. By the way, y'all don't see my, well, you can, it's right here. I have a nice fan. It's battery operated. I can plug it in, I can move it. It's wonderful. Well, 10 minutes ago. Y'all, we're working it. We're working it. We're working it. I tell you what. Why don't we do a, I'm going to do a mic test. I think that's working fine. I do have a zapper. If you want me to zap her, i.e. Lori Daybell, just put the word zap in the comments and I'll zap her when we think she needs a zap. My kitty is missing my service dog, y'all. My kitty, my service dog passed away 2 weeks, almost 3 weeks ago. And my kitty is laying where she used to lay. She's like missing the dog. She's been in hiding since she passed away. Yes, thank you, recovery addict, although he's not going to see it, but well, it does. It does look like RA's, but I did this when I was working with RA, I only had one monitor. I quickly learned very quickly that, yep, here we go. There's our zap. We got some electrotherapy going on. I realized that I'm going to be needing, see, I always have 2 lives over here in case one goes down. Here's my comments over here. Here are all the other medias, the X, the Instagram, the Twitch, the Facebook, and all of that over there. Up here shows me what's on screen, what's waiting to go on screen. It also shows me my, when I go live, you can't see it. It's, why don't we, let me do this. I'm going to alter this a little bit. It's not what I want. What happened here? There. I'm going to edit this and make it a square. Okay. So up in the corner here, I track my YouTube, making sure that it's running smooth, making sure so when we see a wheel moving, I look up here and I'll point with a straw. I look up here. This is how I know if it's me or the actual channel that's doing that. This is my runtime, start and stop, because like on Instagram, I have to constantly every hour relog in. They only allow an hour. And then this is camera 1, 2, well, camera 1, 2, 3, and 4. Number 4 is my computer, which I do not have plugged in yet. This is my go-to cut screen. So if something happens, I can go real quick to that. If something happens and I have to get it off the screen real quick, I just hit 1. That way I don't get in trouble. And then media 2, camera 5. I got to make a confession. Camera 5. That's for my Switch when I play Animal Crossing Live, which I need to start doing more. Hi, Virginia Little. Hey, I'm glad we can go back and check the recording if need. Yep, you can. So this is my setup for those who weren't here earlier. iPad. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 monitors. That's live. This is a monitor to this device. Let me get the mic out of the way. This device here, this is what I need to fix the mic. It won't stay up. This is the device that helps me switch back and forth. It's called a switcher. This is my sound. Well, let me get back over here. This little thing here is the Stream Deck. You can see me switching it. It has all the sound effects on it. And then, just FYI for those who don't know, this here is a Rodecaster Pro. On the Rodecaster Pro, we have a bunch of sound effects. Most of the sound effects on the Rodecaster Pro are pre-programmed. And so some of them, like the which EDB uses a lot. A lot of these sound effects are very similar, like the scratch, the applause, but I've added gavel, siren. So there's a lot of different, you can see these things change colors as I switch through. I have a ton of different sound effects. And of course, this button here is my microphone. This is the feed for the courtroom. When I say I'm 100% gained, it's pushed all the way up. And this here's the sound effects on the switcher. This here is the telephone when I open the telephone lines. And then I have a second microphone and a third microphone. So these all are the control buttons. I know a lot of people have asked me in the past to show my stuff. So you're looking at your setup gives me a headache. Oh my God, I hope it does not give you a headache. But people don't realize how much work it is. You just think I'm sitting here talking and I'm talking to you, but I'm over here pushing buttons. I'm paying attention to the light. You can see up here, the green light. Oh, didn't mean to touch that. It is a touch screen. That going up and down when it gets to the yellow, I have to bring it up. When it's way down here, I have to bring it back up. So there's a lot that we have to keep going and always monitoring the feeds, always monitoring the technical stuff. So it is a lot of big time, but I love it. And if you're ADHD, this is a place to be because when you have all this stuff in the background, it keeps you awake. Oh, well, it was too much for me. It was. I went through a horrible learning curve. I remember getting off of some of the lives even 6 months ago, and I'm all like this, and I get off, I'm going, "Ooh, this didn't work, that didn't work, this went off, that went off." So, yep, and then constantly turning on and off the fan depending on if I'm hot or cold. So, it is a lot, and it doesn't look like a lot, and it's expensive. But I am so blessed. I am not in debt for any of it. I didn't even show you the big computer under my desk. That computer's about this long, and I kid you, about this deep and about that high. It lights up like rainbows. It's a lot, and it's awesome, and I'm here for it. So we are still waiting. I have, just so you can see, both of these lives are still waiting. So we're waiting. Oh, June, you have no idea. So, oh, you remember the practice runs, Ronnie? Oh my God, poor Ronnie. They were nightmares because every time you add one new piece of equipment to your live, it can cause a huge mess. Remember when the sound was so horrible? The sound sucked big time. I know a lot of people keep their mics right up here. My mic, look, this is my problem. And it's as tight as you can get it. I've used pliers. I've done everything. So I need to get a new joint. It's a great arm. I love it, but it doesn't want to stick. I don't like having the microphone in view. Let me switch so you can see. I want it like this, but it keeps doing that. And I literally cannot tighten this anymore. I've used pliers and it still falls. So I try to keep it out of view as much as I can because if I have to start signing, I have the clear space to do so. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yep. When we first attached, let me go back to this so you can see what I'm talking about. When we first, come here, let me go down here. This device with all of these lights, when we first attached it, see, this won't stay. I'll put it on my chest. There we go. When we first attached it, it threw all my sound into the pit of an abyss, and we had no idea where that sound was. We were so frustrated. I had to take everything apart, call RA. I was crying. It was a nightmare. Ronnie has been here from pretty much day one. Um, it was we've had some growing pains. I still have a little pain with this microphone. In the Navy, one of our mottos is jerry rig when possible to replace. So for the mic problem, staying in place, use channel locks or block the hinge from moving up and down. Well, the thing is this arm is a very expensive. It's an Elgato arm. It's some of the same Stream Deck Switch company. It's extremely expensive. And like just what happened? Do you see this little red box here? Instagram detached. So I have to come back in the live here, close it out. I have to go back into, y'all are going to watch me do this. I have to go back here. I got to edit this. Remove this destination, remove it. I'm doing this while talking to you guys. You guys have no idea what I'm doing. But every time this thing does this, I have to sit here. I have to close out. I have to back out of this. I close out of that. I have to open it up again. And so sometimes people are like, what are you doing when you're talking to us? And you guys can see me doing this here. And I have to go here. I have to do this. I have to go down here. Embiggen. I got to create. Every hour I have to do this in order to keep this thing going. Every hour. I kid you not. Re-edit, change it to 6, change it to public, next. Then I get a code. Now I copy the code. I come in here. I paste the code. And I hit save changes. I kid you not. I have to do this every single hour. And once this connects to the stream software right here, then, like right now, I go live again for 1 hour. So I'm going to go up here and hit. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Sorry about that. I got to go up to record time. Okay, on air. Record time. All right. So I'm watching that. And in an hour, I got to come back and do it again. It's every single hour I have to do that. It's crazy, y'all. Crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. So that's the way we go. We are doing it. We're live. Oh, we have court. Courty. Share this stream. And we have court. Hallelujah. We got the emblem. I hope I haven't bored y'all to death with my setup. See, I can even do this. So now you guys have had a little bit of homework about what I do. You got a good idea and why. Here's my record time not starting. I even have picture in picture. I got to figure out how to do all that. Sorry, guys. We don't have sound yet, but we do have court. We got a view of court. I'm sorry. That's the other thing. I know some people don't like the fact that I eat I apologize. Unfortunately, I have a stomach about 3 to 5 ounces, so I can't eat much. And being that I'm a cancer survivor, my stomach got really messed up with chemo. So thank God I'm alive, but I do have to munch through the day or I don't get my enough food intake and I don't feel well. So I just want to say thank you so much for your understanding in that matter. I'll try to keep it to a minimum. Arr. But it's almost 12:30 my time. I haven't eaten. Okay, we're gonna have I think we're still gonna have what is her name? This woman back on stage. I think she's gonna be back because we did not finish with her yesterday. Oh, Alana, you didn't hear me? It starts now. It started 12 o'clock plus a 30-minute delay is 12:30 today. So I apologize for that. I may not have said your name before answering you. That is my fault. I am so sorry. Okay, I do have sound full up, but why am I getting and that's the other thing, y'all. Let me switch and show you real quick. I wish I could zoom. Do you see this little thing moving in the middle of my screen? Well, we're just gonna go back here for a sec. See this thing right here, this black thing? I'm moving in my screen. That's my captioning box. Sometimes the report has sound that we can't hear. I'm reading it. Yes, please like the chat. Yep. Lori Daybell, you in trouble. And here we go, guys.
Relating to Larry Woodcock.
Well, since it goes back to what we dealt with yesterday. Apparently, Ms. Vallow also attempted service on another one of the next of kin in Louisiana, Larry Woodcock. Again, that information, including his address, which she should not have access to, and in violation of victims' rights and the Arizona Constitution, was filed with the clerk's office. So we have we have multiple people that she's subpoenaing that are not on her 15.2, that she's violating victims' rights for. So I'm going to ask, of course, the court seal that subpoena as well, since it includes his address.
All right, it's ordered sealing any subpoena that was filed relating to Larry Woodcock. Do you have outstanding subpoenas on next of kin or, well, let's start with there. Next of kin.
Let me check, Your Honor. Check on that, Your Honor, but not that we're aware of.
As to the extent that you have subpoenas for next of kin on either of your cases, you need to coordinate the service of those subpoenas through the county attorney's office. They can facilitate in that and getting those people served if they are indeed witnesses that have relevant information in these cases.
And both of those people, Your Honor, Robert Vallow and Larry Woodcock, were not on my list and were not intended to be subpoenaed. So it was an oversight.
So I don't know how OPDS got that information to serve them subpoenas. So
They are
someone on your team needs to double check with OPDS that the correct people are being subpoenaed.
And Your Honor, they are signed by the defendant. So.
All right.
She is the one who's signing those subpoenas. She is the one acting as counsel. So she is the one asking to send those out.
So how was it an oversight?
I just signed them all and we got them prepared and I signed them all and I did not check them. It's my own fault. But I apologize to the families.
So do you know the names of all the people you subpoenaed, or you just signed a stack of subpoenas?
I did sign the stack, but I thought I was aware of that they were the ones that I had asked to subpoena.
For this trial or for the next one as well?
Just for this one, we haven't done our subpoenas yet for the next trial.
I'll try. And for the next trial, I need you to be more diligent in what you're signing. And if there is a subpoena for someone who is a next of kin or a victim under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the subpoena that needs to be coordinated through county attorney's office, or is there a victim representative attorney? I haven't had one yet.
There is not a victim representative attorney, so it would come through us, Your Honor.
Okay. We sort of addressed the motion in limine yesterday about the questioning of any police personnel regarding the timing of the arrest, why the investigation took as long as it did, who was or wasn't arrested. Again, I'll ask the defendant, if you think those are questions that you need to ask, please ask to take a break first, but otherwise I'm expecting you to not ask those types of questions of any witness. We then have let's take up the Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett video. You've had a chance to review that?
I did.
What's your position on the state's motion?
Your Honor, I obviously think that it should not be precluded, that it is evidence in fact of why that happened on July 11th, that it happened. So if there had been no bat, there would have been no gun. It was a reason why self-defense was even an issue on that day, on July 11th.
Let me make sure I understand the state's position correctly. The state hasn't seen the actual video that these two witnesses have watched.
Correct. It
Right.
apparently.
So
was-
absent someone coming in and introducing the actual video into evidence, which could have its own evidentiary issues, but absent that, they can't testify in court about things they saw on a video because it's hearsay. They're testifying to things that they observed outside of court, and there's no verification, no way to cross-examine on that. So my ruling would be that unless some video comes in and someone lays foundation for that video, that no witness would be allowed to discuss what they saw, heard, or viewed in that video. All right. Then we have the state's third motion to preclude defendant's
Absolutely
witnesses.
not.
Let's discuss. I'm going to
Not
ask
an
you
echo.
again, Ms. Daybell, how do you pronounce the first person's name? Baisa?
Vicia,
Baisia? Has your team or your investigator, anyone been able to locate that person?
I would have to check with my investigator, Your Honor.
What about Gabriel Bonilla?
I know that he has made contact several times with Gabriel. I don't know if he has interviewed him, but I know that he's made contact with him several times.
Do you know if he's been served with a subpoena?
We're looking that up now.
And while you're at it, I'm going to ask about Ashlyn Rind and Barry Cox.
Okay. What does it say? So it looks like that Ashlyn Rind was not served or found, that Gabe Bonilla, OPDS, several times tried to serve that subpoena and it has not been served. And I'm not sure on the Barry Cox.
All right, well, as was indicated by the state yesterday, they may be resting their case in chief sometime Thursday, at the latest Monday. So you're kind of out of time on producing these witnesses for interview. I shouldn't say you're kind of out of time. You are out of time. I don't know that I need to effectively preclude them because you haven't been able to serve them or get them to appear, in which case they wouldn't be called as witnesses. In the event that they are served or surfaced, we'd still need to have a discussion of whether they have any relevant information and whether they should still be precluded because of the late disclosure of what that testimony might be. So unless they're produced to the state for an interview here within the next day or two, they would be effectively precluded. Even if they are produced for an interview, they still could be precluded. Zachary Cox, let's talk about Zachary Cox. Has he been subpoenaed? The state has interviewed that witness apparently, but based on their motion, they don't believe he has any relevant information to offer for this trial. Do you believe he has relevant information to offer?
I do, Your Honor.
And what is that?
He was with my brother, Adam Cox, that day on the 11th and was in communication with Adam and Charles during that day and prior to that day.
What testimony would he offer that would be admissible, that would be relevant to either self-defense or this did or didn't occur?
He would be able to testify about what Adam already testified to, verify it or unverify it,
What specifically?
about what their itinerary was during that day and the day before and the following day.
Hope it works.
When did this, well, the state interviewed this witness?
Obviously, I had no idea what he would be called about. So I talked to him for a few minutes.
Did he have any idea what he would be called about?
No,
All
I
right.
think unless the defendant says that he's relevant to impeach Adam in some way, then I don't really understand the relevant. I mean, she just said that he could be testify to verify what Adam said. So she's going to call him to confirm that what Adam said was correct.
Is that he would be confirming what Adam said, or would he be disputing what Adam said? What specifically? Can you give me some more specifics?
From his interview with my investigator, he would be disputing what Adam said.
then I'm not aware of that interview with, my understanding in interviewing the defense Jeff White, is that basically they spoke for a brief time, it got heated,
Who's
and
they?
Jeff White and Zachary Cox.
Okay, yes. I'm sorry, guys. I took a little brief hot moment. This is Diane, the interpreters. Buy me a cup of coffee. I had to resubmit her account for her. So sorry about that, guys. But we got it done. For some reason, I don't know, she wasn't getting any connections. So I had to redo it. So what's going on here is they should have had all of this settled a long time ago, and they have not. So now the judge is irritated with her because they're having to do this in the middle of a trial. All these subpoenas should have been sent out prior to trial. All this prelims should have been done. The prosecution should have already depositioned all the witnesses on Lori Daybell's side, and none of it's been done. And the lawyer, the lawyers, attorney general's office, the DA's attorneys are saying, hey, you're sending wrong subpoenas to victims. That's victim abuse. They have rights. You can't do this. So, yeah, just getting a hand smack.
They did not have a full interview, is my understanding. I've not been provided with a recording of that, but in my discussion, my interview
didn't want an
with Jeff White
extension.
as a potential witness, he advised just that that Zach had advised that he had lived with them, meaning Charles and Lori, prior to them moving into this house, prior to them being separated. That's.
And the
about
judge warned her.
I understood their interview.
She didn't take the warning.
But maybe Mr. White can provide information as to.
No, it
how
wouldn't.
he-
Nope. No mistrial.
Mr.
on
White,
that.
do you have any information on
Nope. It's her
if
fault.
you interviewed Zachary Cox?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Cox provide information that would be relevant to this trial to you?
When I spoke to Mr. Cox, he was, in short, he was very belligerent. When we had spoken, I was asking about information about his father and him, as well as with Charles. The information that I did obtain from
That would be
him,
priceless.
did not agree with what his father had told me in the interview through the state.
His father being,
Adam.
do you know if Zachary Cox has been served a subpoena?
As far as I know, I think that went through OPDS.
All right. I guess we'll see if he actually gets served and shows up at court. He may not, in which case it's not an issue I need to deal with. But if he does show up, we will need to flesh out whether he has relevant information and whether he should be allowed to testify. All right, who's the state going to be calling today?
Your Honor, the state, obviously, we still have a witness on the stand. And then, as I advised, we'll be calling Ariel Werther. And then we would call Detective Duncan. So we
Okay.
may finish tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. My staff just signaled me that the last juror did just show up. Okay, we'll bring the jury in. Let's have that witness come back up.
I love my pin. I'm washing my solo cup for tomorrow. No? I don't think it's low. Y'all tell me if you think it's low. I'm looking at it on the mixer. I am. Mm.
All right, jury's present. Please be seated. Go ahead and resume your cross.
Detective Inklin, yesterday we were talking about the chain of custody of the phone, so I have a couple questions on that. Yesterday we talked about that Charles' phone went from your hands to the property room, is that correct?
No.
Okay.
Here we go.
Where did it,
When I explained to you, it's our computer crimes division, the
Okay.
detectives that do the downloads. Our property room is about a mile away from.
Okay, guys. This monitors goes from green, yellow, red. We're going into yellow, red on the feed for the courtroom. I'm in the green. So I have the courtroom louder than me. Let's see how this is.
From the police department.
okay. So it went from your hands to the computer crimes division, is that correct?
Correct. We usually take phones directly to them.
You're so true.
And how long was that between the time you left the house and you delivered that phone to them?
I don't like it.
It's about 20-minute drive or so, and then just to the PD and upstairs to where their office is.
Okay. And who did you turn that over to at the computer crimes division?
Sergeant Olness was the sergeant of the unit at the time.
And did you use the passcode to access the phone at all?
I did not. I don't do downloads or exams of devices.
Okay. Did you look to see if the threatening text messages from Charles did actually exist?
I did not do an exam of the phone.
Yesterday, we watched the clip of my interview with you, and we discussed the threatening text messages. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me about them.
And you stated that I did not show them to you. Is that correct?
You did not show them to me, no.
And did you ask me to show them to you?
I did not.
Had I been cooperative all that day?
Yes.
Strangely.
Do you think I would have shown them to you if you would have asked me?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Was Tylee also cooperative that day?
I believe so.
Was Alex cooperative that day
I don't know. I did not have contact with Alex.
at all?
I did not interview him or talk to him, no.
Did I, in fact, inform you during that interview that I would have to show you them? to explain them?
I believe so.
But you never asked me to show them to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that I turn my phone over to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that Tylee turned her phone over to you?
I did not.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever, in fact, see those threatening messages from Charles to me?
I did not. I did not look at any of the downloads of any of the phones.
Or in the reports or anything?
No,
You never came across those?
I did not review those reports or do any of the downloads of any of the phones.
You didn't review any of Detective Duncan's reports?
No,
None of Detective Moffat's reports?
no,
Okay. Were you aware of the reason why I had two phones at the time?
I was not.
Did you ask me?
No, I wasn't aware you had two phones.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever learn that Charles had stolen my phone, so I had to replace it?
I'm going to object to testifying and move to strike.
Yep.
Sustained.
Here we go.
Your Honor, it's all part of the investigation.
Up. Another tap.
Object again.
Sustained its testimony. The form of the question was testimony.
Were you aware that after he gave it back to me that I kept both phones?
I'm going to again object.
Sustained.
We're going to zap her every time she gets into this.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that Charles had a $2 million life insurance policy on me?
I knew there was a life insurance policy. I don't know the amount.
On her?
Did you ever see it in any of the reports or?
I did not review and I was not part of that portion of the investigation.
And you never saw that on any kind of Bates numbers?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Oh, you
Go
almost
ahead.
zapped
You
her.
didn't see it on any kind of Bates numbers?
No, Bates would be what the county attorney does. That's after me, so I didn't review that portion of the report.
Okay.
Hurry up, Matt. They're leaving. You're right. There's no reason for this witness to ask Lori these about multiple phones. Well, I used to have 3, but different reasons. Come on, Lori. Don't have all night.
Yesterday, during your direct, you said that, or during our discussion, you said that we arrived at the Chandler Police Station and that we were taken into the Family Advocacy Center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, the FAC or Family Advocacy Center.
Okay. And was that just Tylee and myself that were taken to that part of the station?
I believe so, yes.
And so was Alex taken to the regular part of the police station?
He was in a different portion in an interview room in the persons crime section downstairs.
And
Okay.
he was taken in a separate car.
So we were taken,
The reason she's getting testimony in, and I'm surprised they're not objecting. I'm going to tase her for it because she is testifying. She knows that he was in a separate vehicle. She knows that he was not in the car with her. They were not together. It was her and her daughter and this woman. She is trying to sneak in testimony, and it's happening.
into 3 different rooms, is that correct? When we arrived?
3 different interview rooms, yes.
And
Disease, supposedly, I think.
we were all 3 interviewed, is that
Yeah,
correct?
answer.
I believe so, yes.
And you interviewed me, is that correct?
I did.
And you also interviewed Tylee, is that correct?
I did.
And Detective Moffat is the one that interviewed Alex, is that correct?
I believe so.
And these interviews were all video and audio recorded, is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you have a supervisor or superior there at the Chandler Police Station watching these interviews live from a viewing room?
Not a supervisor.
Who was it?
There was a detective in sex crimes that was monitoring the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center. It's kind of standard, particularly the fact that Tylee was alone in the interview room at some point. So she was monitoring both interviews, and I don't know if there was anybody monitoring Detective Moffat's interview because I was not a part of that.
Okay. And what was her name? Detective what?
Ashley Nolan.
And then you said that you had it, so you didn't go in and monitor during the interview with Detective Moffat and Alex? You didn't watch that one?
No, it was going on at the same time. I couldn't interview you and Tylee and monitor at the same time.
And then that means that Detective Duncan wasn't monitoring yours either at the same time, correct?
I don't know what Detective Duncan was doing.
I meant Detective.
We can't cut ourselves in half and be in two places at one time. Come on, Lori. Quit asking stupid questions.
Moffat, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know. I believe he was talking to Alex, but
But he could have been monitoring yours and then talked to Alex after that. Is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were there other people in this monitoring room that you know of?
I believe Detective Nolan was monitoring from her desk as the sex crimes detectives work within the Family Advocacy Center. They're in the same portion of the building.
Okay. So they can just monitor from their desk?
Correct.
They're not in like a separate room, is what you're saying?
No, there's a monitoring room upstairs in the dedicated suspect interview rooms, but none of those rooms were used in these 3 interviews that you're talking about.
No.
Okay. And after these interviews were complete, who decided to send us home?
Well, I decided to drive you guys back to the house.
And who gave you authorization to release us, I guess?
Me?
You didn't have to talk to a superior for that?
No.
And what about Alex? Who released him?
That would be Detective Moffat was involved with his interview. I was not.
So did you and Detective Moffat have a discussion on what to do next after our interviews were complete?
Briefly, that we were done with the interviews and that at this point, whether or not to get you back to the house and how we were going to facilitate that.
Okay, but it was decided at that time that we would be brought back together and taken in the van to back to the house and dropped off?
It was the easiest way to get the 3 of you back at the same time.
Are you aware of the press release that was issued by Chandler Police Department later that day?
I am not.
You never read it?
I don't.
You never heard about it in the course of your investigation?
The press release?
Yeah.
No.
You never discussed it with any of the other detectives?
I would object. She's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Would the case agent have to be the one who would authorize that at the time?
It depends. As a case agent, we would like to have input or influence on what a press release is or states, but occasionally they're published by our PIO, our press information officer.
So do you know if Detective Moffat was the case agent at the time, is that correct?
He was.
And so do you know if he talked to the PIO and put that out or if he didn't know?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
I love
Do you know if the PIO agent just put it out?
Objection, she doesn't know about this.
Do you know?
I have no idea.
Detective Inkland, yesterday, the prosecutor asked you several times, why didn't Lori just give the phone back? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you learn in your investigation that the entire altercation only lasted a few minutes?
That'd be a fair assessment.
Because we discussed that in our interview, is that correct?
We did.
So from the time Tyler came out with the bat and I ran outside is maybe less than 2 minutes. We discussed that. Is that correct?
We discussed that it probably happened in a short amount of time. I don't think we gave a specific time amount to what happened, but that it happened in a relatively short amount of time.
We didn't say that was like 1 to 2 minutes. Like,
That was our discussion, yes.
yeah, that was our discussion. Okay. So we would not have been arguing for a very long time. Is that correct?
I think it's relative as to how long you've been arguing or how long the altercation took.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that JJ was outside in the car?
I did.
Did you learn that the car was still running?
I don't know.
Did you learn that JJ was in fact in the front seat?
I know that you had articulated he was put into the car, but I don't remember if you specifically said the front seat, but he was in the car.
Did you learn in the course of your investigation that JJ had autism?
Yes, you told me about that.
Did you verify that at his school?
I did speak with his school, yes.
When did you speak with the school?
During the course of the investigation, I had contact with the school in reference to when he attended and generally kind of the services the school provides.
Do you remember who you spoke to at the school at all?
The director of the school, and then subsequently, there were a couple teachers that provided some information.
And how long after July 11th was that first communication with the school?
It was just several months later.
But during the course of this investigation, the Chandler Police Department did verify, I guess, that next day that that was in fact his school and he did attend there. Is that correct?
I believe so.
During this investigation, did you verify that we did in fact go through Burger King?
I did not, but it was verified.
Were you aware of what we ordered at Burger King?
You told me it was chicken fries and Sprite.
Had you seen, you hadn't seen that receipt?
I had not.
Okay. I guess that was in fact in the portion of one of the interviews that we watched yesterday. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me that in the interview.
So were you aware that we also ordered 2 bottles of water?
I was not aware, no.
And in your experience with people in stressful situations, when adrenaline kicks in, does it make you incredibly thirsty?
I don't object to speculation or knowledge.
And are you a medical examiner?
It can.
And when you're in fight or flight mode, does your adrenaline kick in your experience?
I'm going to object here to knowledge and foundation as to our knowledge of this.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you offer Tylee and I apple juice at the Chandler Police Station?
I think I offered you something to drink and what we typically would have there.
But is a standard thing.
Did you offer that for the
Always offer a drink and restroom. That's more of like a human's right thing that they have to provide drink, restroom, and if you're there over a certain period of time, offer you food. I don't know the law, but I know that a lot of places that's a rule.
Purpose that adrenaline makes you thirsty?
No, I usually do it to people I interview if they'd like something to drink while they're there.
Detective Inkland, have you ever seen me not calm?
I don't object to maybe foundation as to when.
I just want to object, Your Honor.
Sustain, lay more foundation on when she has, what
For those
occasion.
of you who are just joining, every time you hear that taser sound, it's because she's wearing an electric belt, and every time she does something wrong, I want to punish her. I want to. So it's fun.
She has had to observe you.
Well, yesterday you spoke often
Right, Haley,
of
there you
my calm demeanor, my nonchalantness. Is that correct?
Sorry.
Correct.
So has there ever been
So you don't want me, Lady Jane, to tap it? If it bothers people, I won't. It just, if people give that sign, I'm going to tap it. Let me know. I'll try not.
an occasion when you have seen me when I was not calm?
Again, foundation as to when she has seen her on July 11th.
Please clarify the time frame you're referring to where she had an opportunity to observe you.
Any other time, Your Honor?
For example, how many hours on July?
Can we have a sidebar? Can I ask you a question?
Oh, she didn't.
Sidebar.
She didn't even wait. Oh, Ada, adrenaline. Okay. So I'm clear to zap her. Yeah, June, I do see your post in member drop off. Thank you so much. We've had another plane crash, no survivors left. We will look at that in break. Okay. Out of 54 jurors today, 43 have heard or talked about the case. 26 have formed an opinion, so they're out. So that 43 drops. Biased for particular party, 8. Substantial scheduling hardship, 25. Y'all, the last 2 are going to be difficult for them to get. It's getting harder and harder. Oh my gosh, I got a lot of. Oh my gosh, we got more documents. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, y'all. We'll go through all of these documents in break. Thank you so much, mods. Management. Okay. Got it. We've got a lot going on in Discord. Thank you for all of y'all that got verified. Thank you for joining the Discord. We greatly appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And all the pins for those that we mentioned are put in as the gavel drops. So as well, so you can locate them there. I mean, as the gavel drop in our Discord for as the gavel drops is also found in our Discord. We share that information. We chat it. We chat it. We like to chat it. Trying to clean out all the Discord because so much happens so fast. And my thing will blink when new things are added. Sometimes I don't real quickly look because I didn't see the blink. Okay. Oh, the The state's third motion to preclude a witness? Oh, this is Lori Daybell? Okay. The state's third motion to preclude a witness in the Lori Daybell trial. I don't want you to go up that high. Don't want you up that high. Well, I guess I'd have to. The state of Arizona, through the undersigned counsel, requests that the court preclude the notice of the defense witness, Visa, Gabrielle, Ashlyn, Barry, and Zachary Cox. I'm not saying all the last names. To date, the state has been unable to interview the above. The state has checked ICIS, and it does not appear that these witnesses have been subpoenaed. Although the state has interviewed Zachary Cox, ICIS shows that he has not been subpoenaed. Furthermore, the state is unaware of any relevant information these witnesses have for this trial submitted on April 12th. Booyah! So she got that.
All right, go ahead and continue with your cross.
Y'all, we've reached 666 pieces.
Detective Inkland, did you discover in your investigation that I had run outside without shoes?
Sorry, guys. We've had 666 motions put in evidence for the Karen Reed trial. The unopposed motion for Gretchen Voss for exclusion from sequestration order. We'll read through all of that stuff at break, back in court.
Yes, kind of.
And did you learn in that investigation that we had stopped at Walgreens and I did purchase 2 pairs of flip-flops?
Yeah, you told me that.
I mean, and that was verified later?
It was by a different detective.
Okay. You didn't verify that at Walgreens or at Burger King, is that correct?
I did not. That was a different detective.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you view the video of me going into the Walgreens to purchase the flip-flops?
I did not.
Okay. And how hot was it that day on July 11th, 2019?
Warm,
Like in the hundreds?
July in Arizona. I'd say it was probably warm.
Would it have been difficult to walk JJ to his class on the cement with no shoes on, do you think?
Objection, relevance,
Uh,
speculation.
Sustained. I think the jury can draw their own conclusions about the temperature in Arizona in mid-July.
Can we do that in the
Detective, did you learn in your investigation that after taking JJ to his classroom that Tylee and I headed straight back to the house?
I believe so.
And that we met with police? Is that correct?
Correct. You
As soon as we drove
contacted
up, first contact was with,
Officer Krautheim.
yes, Krautheim. Okay, thank you. Detective, is it your understanding that we fully cooperated with the police?
You were cooperative with interviews with me.
That we did as we were instructed?
You, with me in your interview, you were cooperative.
And Tylee was cooperative with you as well, correct?
I believe so.
I don't think it was JJ. I think it was Kylie.
And that you had said yesterday that we were voluntarily interviewed by the police. Is that correct?
Correct. You were not in custody.
Did we know that?
I believe so.
They took Kylie.
When we were placed
Like-
in those interview rooms,
Didn't she take Kylie to like school or something? Because he wasn't with her when she came back. And it was her and Kylie. JJ is the one that they took to a daycare school type facility. Kylie and her ran out of the house with no shoes. That is my understanding. If I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. Please.
did we know that we could just walk out and leave anytime?
You-
Was that explained to us, is my question.
You can ask that.
Can you say it again?
Was it explained to us at any time that we could just walk out of those interview rooms and leave if we had wanted to?
No.
You didn't ask.
Did I in fact ask you at one point if I could go to the ladies' room?
I believe so.
And you did.
Detective, did we answer all the questions asked to us by the police that day?
By me, yes, I believe so.
Good point. Just FYI, they were treated like victims. They were not taken into the normal interview rooms. They were not handcuffed, put in the back of the car, patted down. None of that happened. They were treated like victims. They were taken to the victims advocacy wing for them to be interviewed as victims, not as suspects.
And we were dropped off at home by the police, is that correct?
Correct. I drove you back to the house.
And we were given no further instructions, is that correct?
Just that we would be in touch with you at the conclusion of the search warrant.
Is it also correct that we voluntarily handed over Charles' phone to you when you asked for it?
Yes.
Did we delay in that or just do it immediately?
No, you gave it to me when I asked.
Was there any time, Detective, on July 11th, 2019, that we did not comply or cooperate fully with the police in their investigation?
In my interaction with you, you were cooperative.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect?
Y'all, it's going to get good. Mhm. Lori, I'm waiting for you to open the door to Idaho. Idaho. I want you to open the door to Idaho.
I'm going to start with when you first arrived on
Yep.
scene. You were asked a lot yesterday when you first noticed the defendant.
Where's that video?
Were you standing there at the house just waiting and watching to see what cars would arrive?
No,
So when you first noticed the defendant you just happened to glance over and see another officer speaking with her.
correct.
You were asked a lot about her demeanor that day, both when you first interacted with her, taking her over to the van, correct?
Correct.
Did Lori Vallow's behavior stand out to you?
It did.
Why?
So based on what was going on, that we had a homicide, her husband had been shot and killed, her brother was the one who shot and killed her husband. It was inside her home. Her children were at least partially present to this event. Her demeanor seemed odd given what was going on at the house that day.
So throughout this time, you're just noting her demeanor, right?
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you were calm at the scene. Do you recall being asked that on cross?
I believe so.
Had you just seen your husband get shot
No,
inside your own home
no,
by your brother?
no.
You were asked if the other officers at the scene were calm. You recall being asked that?
I do.
Were you aware of any of them having just seen their significant others being shot
I'll be back.
No,
by a family member
no,
inside their own home
no,
with their children present?
no.
So would it be difficult to compare the demeanor of the officers and yourself with that of, say, Alex or Tylee or the defendant?
It would be difficult comparison.
Not the same situation.
No,
You were asked a lot about Tylee's demeanor as well. Did you ever see her appearing to be panicked,
no,
overwhelmed with emotions?
no.
Was there anything about her demeanor or your interactions with her that made you feel she needed any type of medical treatment or medication or anything?
No,
The death notification that you attempted to make, I'll say. So to understand this, we're both Lori Vallow and Tylee inside the van.
they were inside the CR 288 van.
Can you describe for us what this van looks like? Is it like a minivan? What is it?
No, it's a larger, like 10 or 12 passenger vans, big, full size. So the doors open from the side to get into, I think there's like 3 rows of seating. And they use the van to bring services out, but also to transport people, and they have car seats and things like that.
So when you went up to the van, you opened the door?
Correct, the side door to open, to get into the rear portion of the van.
And you are with your sergeant at the time.
Correct.
And you asked if Lori would come out with you?
I was trying to get her to come out of the van to talk to her outside of Tylee's presence.
Why did you want to do that?
I felt it was more appropriate if I was about to tell somebody that a family member died to deliver it to her. And then typically what we'll try to do is kind of formulate a plan as to how we're going to tell children as to what happened.
But before that, did Lori Vallow tell you something?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She said that she already knew because she was there.
And this was not what you were expecting to hear.
It was not.
You were expecting that she had no idea,
Correct.
that she rolled back up to this house and sees her brother out there but doesn't know what's going on.
Correct.
After you learned that she was there, did you now feel like you wanted to ask her what happened?
Correct. We wanted to, at that point, transition to not just like a death notification and contacting her, but now we're potentially looking at doing witness interviews.
Did you advise her that you wanted to take her to the station to interview her?
I did.
Did you advise her you wanted to interview her daughter?
I did.
And did you in fact ask her to come with you in a different vehicle?
I did.
She agreed to do that?
She did.
Now, how old was Tylee?
16 or 17?
And she was put in a separate room than her mom. Why?
So when you're going to do witness interviews or any interviews, you want to do the interviews separately. You don't want to interview people together. Obviously, even best case scenario, there's going to be some influence. So you want a good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
Initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just prior to that.
Correct.
When you were driving Lori back to the police station to FAC for interviews, you again told us about her demeanor. Did that again stick out to you as unusual?
It did.
Why was that?
Again, this incident has unfolded and we're driving and she's just kind of chattering in the car. And given what was going on in the situation and how she was acting, it was just odd to me.
You were asked about, just on cross, whether or not you gave the defendant a specific time when she could come back to the house. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Did you have any concept of when Detective Coons or Duncan would be finished executing that search warrant on the house?
No, and that's not an assumption we would do.
So you don't have, they don't tell you a timeline like, hey, detective, we'll be done by 3 so they can come in.
No, because in processing a scene, you just don't know. So you wouldn't want to give that kind of time constraint when processing a scene, you're going to go through and very slowly and methodically collect and photograph and process. You're not going to limit a time. We typically try to give them an idea, maybe most of the night, several hours, but I wouldn't tell them a specific time to come back.
And your interactions with Lori, you hadn't even been in the house yet, right?
I had not.
So you have no concept of what the scene's going to be like
Correct.
or how long that might take.
Correct.
Y'all read the question.
When you were interviewing the defendant, is it normal for you to offer drinks to people when they're being interviewed?
Absolutely.
Normal for you to allow them to use the restroom?
Yes,
And you did that here just like you normally would?
I did.
Nothing different or unusual in that?
No.
Detective, when you were interviewing the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there,
Before Tylee was there.
before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back?
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back over,
That's correct.
and she did not.
That's correct.
In terms of your interview with the defendant, did you understand all the facts of the case when you interviewed the defendant?
No.
You told us you didn't understand the timeline yet in terms of when the shooting occurred versus when the 911 call occurred, right?
Correct.
So you were unaware of that 47-minute lapse in time.
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When you were interviewing the defendant, you were unaware that she had Charles's phone, correct?
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When the defendant was talking to you at one point, she told you that she knew her brother was texting with, or that Charles was texting with her brother Adam. Do you recall that?
Yes, she told me that.
Understanding now that she had Charles's phone, would you have asked her how she learned about that?
I would have asked her about that, yes.
So when you're doing an interview with her at 9 or 10 in the morning, you didn't know that she'd had time to look into Charles's phone?
Correct.
Um, You learned later that she had the password to get into his phone, right?
Correct.
Um, So when she's telling you things, you're unaware that she has already potentially had the ability to access those.
That's true.
And what she's telling you in her interview contained information about the interaction between her brother Adam and Charles.
Right.
Um, When you interviewed the defendant, were you aware of the days leading up?
Breaking news. Thank you, June. Jury has been seated in the Karen Reed. Court will resume tomorrow, but openings will not begin until Tuesday. What? Next Tuesday? Are you kidding me? No. One minute ago, a jury has been seated for the Karen Reed trial. Court resumes tomorrow, but openings will not be until Tuesday. They have 666 motions or more. We've got them. We got the new motions at lunch break for this trial. We're going to go over all those new motions. Well, that may be helpful because that will help us complete this before we go into that. Oh, I have a breather, but I'm surprised. But we will be there for it. Thank you, June, for keeping your ears to the grindstone. Thank you so much.
Up to this, the interaction between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex.
I was not.
You weren't privy to things like iCloud accounts
Yes.
before you interviewed her?
Ooh,
No.
Haley Mouth.
You weren't privy to downloaded cell phones before you interviewed her?
I was not.
You hadn't even been inside the house before you interviewed her.
Correct.
If you had been privy to all of the information in this case, would you have interviewed her differently?
I would have.
Would you have questioned her more?
Yes.
Would you have followed up more?
Yes.
Would you have asked
There
for
we
her
go.
phone then?
There's the answer to
Yes.
my question. There's the answer to my question.
When you interviewed Lori Vallow, at that time, were you just going off of what she said because you didn't know the rest of the facts
Correct. It was an initial interview.
to see what she had to tell you?
Correct.
But you had nothing to do to be able to verify or validate anything she told you?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Oh, here comes
All right,
Lori.
I see we have a few jury questions. I think we're going to have the parties approach for those who are having difficulty with their headsets.
Honey boo, where are you? Where are you? Honey boo. Honey boo boo. Monday in Boston is a holiday. I believe it's the Marathon Patriot. Yeah, it is. Not sure if there's a connection. And yes, it is. In fact, a lot of the victims of that marathon were there, I think, yesterday or today, laying a wreath at the location where the bombing had happened. The victims' family members and or surviving victims were there. So I thought that was interesting. So yes, it is a holiday there. And guys, do you know what? That's good because it gives us the rest of the week for me. I appreciate it because I can get my house in order now. Whew, I have time to get a little more time to get things in order. And we have Easter weekend, Thursday. I did not want to have to miss her, Lori Daybell, because Karen Reed would be going during the day. So Yeah, so what we'll do is tomorrow for the motion hearings, we will go live for the Karen Reed for the motion hearings. And once those are done, we'll do Lori Daybell. Thursday, I am out as of 5:30, 6 o'clock, probably 5:30, because Monday, Thursday evening services I will be attending. So yay! That does actually work better for us. And guys, I am so shocked. I am streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Instagram all at the same time, and I figured it out. I even got it connect on Twitch. Today's the first day I'm on Twitch. Hi Twitch, we love you. And this is me. This is the real full image. Full image. Gosh, I can't believe how long. And it's up. I mean, I have it ponied and up. I forget how long it is. I love jury questions. Absolutely love jury questions. There is somebody on that jury that is legal minded. Yep. And June, as always, thank you for your communications in Discord. And Ronnie, you two are my informational queens. And I can't thank you enough. And that gives me time to get a hold of you guys, my mods who are going to be taking notes, and us kind of make a decision and figure out how and what and when, where we're going to do what. Yepers. No sound. No sound. So we are waiting for the jury questions. Let me see if I can zoom them just a little bit.
Not certain.
Was the rent-a-car vehicle ever searched?
I do not believe so, but I'm not certain.
All right. Question form number 12. If the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, why were they left with a victim advocate? In other words, were they considered victims or witnesses?
So our victim services section, I introduced Lori to them specifically because there are civilian employees that work within our police department that can help families with death investigations for the issues that come up afterwards and kind of navigating that process. So although they might not be classified under like state law as victims, our victim services section will often help our families with like specific crisis type events and navigating that process. So we use them quite a bit in our death investigations.
All right, on question form number 13, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview?
She did not.
Does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and or video recorded?
They do not. There is no expectation of privacy within a police station.
All right, are there any further juror questions at this time? Not seeing any. Would the defendant like to follow up on those juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
State?
Just briefly, with regards to introducing Lori and Tylee to your victim services, were you trying to provide whatever services might be necessary due to the fact that her husband had been killed?
Correct.
And what you assumed at that point was Tylee's dad or stepdad had been killed?
Correct.
And again, this is all prior to you learning more about this case?
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
I agree with that. You, in any governmental building, You cannot expect to have any privacy in any government building.
My left.
Doop, 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 doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, doop, 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 doop. Oh, I don't know what's going on, y'all. Oh. I am waiting to hear the name of this witness.
I do need to give the court reporter a break soon. Do you want, should we just do that now?
This might be a good time, Rounder, just so I can get this.
All right, why don't we have the jury go to the jury room for a short break? Please remember.
All rise for the jury. Okay. We'll see what's happening. Mina no know nada. Exactly. You are so right on that. That was a voluntary interview straight across the board. There is no exemption of privacy within a police station
The
or any
record.
government agency.
We did a sidebar this morning at 10:42 a.m. At that sidebar, the defendant indicated she wanted to question the witness further regarding how many times the witness had observed her and her demeanor, which would necessitate the witness talking about observing her here in this trial, observing her on July 11th of 2019, as well as the trial in Idaho and possible viewing of interviews or social media posts. I advised the defendant that this is probably not a door she wants to open because the setting of those interviews would be relevant. For example, someone appearing in court intuitively might behave better than someone who's not appearing in court or in a trial. And the defendant said she would move on from that area. Is that an accurate recitation of the sidebar from the state's perspective? From the defendant's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
All right, and then we did another sidebar regarding jury questions at 11:01 a.m. The first question, juror question number 10, as a detective, does your subconscious mind use a witness demeanor as any type of evidence? The parties agreed with me that that's probably not an appropriate question to ask, so it was not asked. Juror form question number 11 was asked. That was the question as to whether the rental car was ever searched. Juror question 12 was also asked I should mention, by agreement of the parties. And this was the question: if the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, and the explanation between being interviewed or considered a victim versus a witness, which the witness answered. Question form 13 had 4 questions on it. The first question was not asked: did Lori ever ask for an attorney during interviews of her and Ty Lee? The second question: did Lori express concerns about police talking with Ty Lee at the time of the interview? Neither side objected to that question, so it was asked. Question number 3 on form 13: do police need parental consent to speak with a minor, even if being treated as a witness? Which the answer really is, it depends, but it calls for a legal conclusion too for that witness. The state objected to it. The defendant did not. I didn't think it would be helpful with the jury in deciding any issue that's at fact in this case, so it was not asked. And then the fourth question on that form number 13: does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and video recorded? Neither side objected to that, and that question was asked. Is that an accurate representation of the sidebar we had at 11:01
Yes, Your Honor.
from the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's give the court reporter a break. We'll resume soon, probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll push.
I mudded. It mudded me. It wasn't supposed to mutt me, y'all. And it mutt me anyway. Okay, I'm unmudded. Jeez. Sometimes it's glitchy. I clicked it once. I guess it took it back to mutt. Third party Gretchen Voss respectfully moves for an order excluding her from the provisions of the witness sequestration under the order in the case. Counsel for both the Commonwealth and the defendant have indicated they do not oppose this motion. As grounds for her motion, Voss states that one, Commonwealth and defense have agreed that Voss will not be called as a witness at trial. And 2, enforce the sequestration order against Voss would violate First Amendment rights. Cited excluding reporters from witness sequestration order for criminal trial. Voss further states to follow that Gretchen Voss, a contributing editor to the Boston Magazine, has been covering this trial since its inception. She reported and wrote the story, The Killing That Tore the Town Apart, which was published October of 23, issued of Boston and Post Online, blank, blank, cited. Voss was not a party or witness to any criminal activity related to the case, rather than her connection to the case arise only from her accurate reporting of the news to the public. I love how they put in there accurate. That's interesting. In response to the Commonwealth renewed motion for records, docket 405, as the order by the courts on January 31st, 25, docket 471, Voss turned over the audio recordings of the 2 on the record interviews she conducted with the defendant Reed and her counsel. It is her understanding the Commonwealth intends to use portions of those recording at trial, although Voss namely originally appeared in the Commonwealth's prospective witness list. Okay. Counsel for both the Commonwealth and the defendant have informed undersigned counsel that Voss will not, in fact, be called as a witness to trial. Instead, the Commonwealth and the defense intended to stipulate as to authenticity of the records produced by Voss, hereby rendering Voss testimony unnecessary. By the virtue of the courts and the selected process, Voss has been approved to attend and report on the trial in the case, prohibiting her from doing so by enforcing the sequestration order against her would threaten the public understanding of the events occurred at trial, unnecessarily interfere with the flow of the information. We are coming back. We will pick this back up next break. I ordered my boyfriend to sit next to me. I'm like, down, boy. If I can find a way to scoot this desk another 2 inches that way, it would be great, but this room's too small. I'm sorry, I was muted. Sometimes I click it once and it double does its thing. And I have a screen that I'm reading in front. I'll keep reading until they come in. There can be no sequestration that Voss has First Amendment rights to attend this trial of the case. Globe newspaper co-superior, blah, 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 and so do for degrees, the same degree as other members of the press. Only in the most extraordinary circumstances is it government permitted. Consent with the First Amendment to discriminate amongst members of the press to granting access to trials and other governmental proceedings. Okay, number 7. Exclusion from the sequestration order are commonly granted, particularly for non-adversarial witnesses. And it was case cited, and now we're really back in.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Ariel Werther, and I work for the Chandler Police Department as a detective.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
I've worked for Chandler Police Department since 2008. I did not become a sworn law enforcement officer till 2011. I've worked for them continuously since then. They're the only law enforcement agency I've ever worked for.
Can you tell us sort of the different areas you have worked and where you currently work?
So initially from 2008 to 2010, I was a police dispatcher. So if you called 911, I might be the person who answered, or I might be the person sending the officers and keeping track of where they were. And then in 2010, I went to the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, graduating in 2011 as a sworn officer, returning to Chandler in that capacity as an officer. I worked as a patrol officer until, well, technically 2016, but the last 2 years of that I was assigned as a
Sorry, I said love the voice, clear, loud, and resonant. Thank you.
training officer, which means that if you were a new officer out of the academy or somebody going back to the road from a specialty, you might ride with me for a while as I reoriented you to how things are done on the road. And then after doing that, I moved to the Special Victims Unit, primarily focused on investigating sex crimes from 2016 to 2020. And in 2020 and until now, I've been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Unit.
When you were with the Special Victims Unit, did you ever work with the Robbery Homicide Unit?
I did. In fact, from fairly early on, I was aware that this was something that I wanted to do eventually. So I made that known, and particularly working in detectives under the umbrella of persons crimes. You have your sex crimes, family crimes, robbery homicide units. And they all tend to work rather close together. They get to know one another, and I made it known that I had an interest in testing when they had their next opening. So I did that in late 2019 and began my assignment in 2020. So leading up to that, it was something where if I had the opportunity to work with that team, I would do so.
Can you talk to us? Have you ever had any type of training in dealing with cell phones and cell phone GPS data?
Yes, I've had extensive training, much of it more recently. It's something that I certainly became aware of, and I have an interest in technology and what it can be used for in investigations. And so there were areas that I was aware of, particularly working in the Special Victims Unit. So starting from about 2016 on, it was in
You are so right.
2022 that
Lady Jane, you are so right. The suit, the tie, the hair reminds me of a detective from the 1950s and 60s. Oh, you hit that nail on.
I took my first 40-hour class on the proper interpretation, of cell phone records, specifically that might come from the provider. There's an important distinction between the location data that might be found on one's phone versus the data that a provider stores about our devices that can also be used to infer the location of the device. I took a 40-hour class primarily on that subject in 2022. And then in 2023, I took a 40-hour class leading to eventually becoming a subject matter expert in that area.
Have you previously testified in court about cell phone GPS data?
I have.
Have you previously testified in court about mapping GPS data recovered from cell phones?
I have.
In July of 2019, were you still in the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
And did you become involved in a shooting that occurred on July 11th of 2019 at 5531 South Four Peaks Avenue in Chandler?
I did.
How did you get involved in that?
I believe I was downstairs where we all work in a similar area and became aware that a shooting had occurred, that it appeared that one person was deceased, and I volunteered to come along. My capacity was more to shadow, to learn about how these investigations are conducted with the aim of testing. That's something that's best practice to do if you want to test for a unit. You ought to go out and see how the job is done.
So when you initially, did you go out to the scene?
I did.
And when you initially out there, who did you shadow at first?
Initially, I was at the scene with Detective Coons. I was present during the scene investigation, though again, as someone who was observing, I didn't personally impound anything or directly conduct the scene investigation myself.
Okay. At some point, as you are shadowing these, were you given different requests to help the detectives who are working this case?
Yes, although I'd say the extent to which I started going out and doing things, assigned tasks, really began the day after, on Friday the 12th.
So on Friday, July 12th of 2019, did you become aware that no one had obtained contact information for JJ Vallow?
That's right.
And did you offer to reach out to Lori Vallow to get that information?
I did.
Why did you need that information?
To have a complete and thorough police report, it's best practice to have proper documentation, name, date of birth, basic demographic information for all the people who are involved in a case, however they might be involved. Given the information we had at that time, he's someone who ought to be listed in the report.
Okay. Was he also known to be the son of the deceased victim?
Yes, that's right.
On the 11th, had you had any contact with Lori Vallow?
I did not have any contact on the 11th.
Okay. On July 12th, after you offered to get that contact information, did you make contact with Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you see her or call her?
I called her at first.
And was that call recorded?
That call was audio recorded, yes.
When you spoke with Ms. Vallow, did you obtain the contact information for JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Did you learn from her where JJ went to school?
Yes,
Um, Did you confirm that she had gone to Burger King before taking JJ to his school?
yes,
Um, Did you at some point during that conversation with Miss Vallow learn that Charles Vallow was staying at the True Hilton Hotel?
yes.
Um, Prior to this, had you known that he was where he was staying?
I don't think I had any information either way.
Okay. So as someone who was separate, did you have any idea where Charles was, whether he was staying at the house or elsewhere prior to this?
I didn't have that information, no.
So you just learned this during your conversation when you're trying to get JJ's information?
Correct.
Did Miss Vallow advise you that she was in possession of Charles Vallow's hotel room key?
She did.
Did she advise where she had found that?
In his wallet, I believe.
So you learned that she had Charles Vallow's wallet
That's what she said.
and that she then had a room key for him to True Hilton Hotel.
Correct.
Did you advise her that you would talk to the case agent and let her know who would go get that?
Yes,
After you spoke with Lori Vallow on the phone, did you offer to go out to the Burger King to see if you could obtain any video from there?
I did.
And when you are helping in this aspect of the case, were you aware at that time when the 911 call had been placed?
I was.
And when was that?
That was at 8:36 in the morning.
So you knew as you went out to Burger King that the 911 call was July 11th, 2019 at 8:36 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
And were you aware when you went out to the Burger King of when the police had arrived at the scene?
Yes,
And was that within a few minutes around 8:41 or 8:42 a.m.?
yes, that's about right.
And were you aware prior to going out there of when Lori Vallow had been shown or seen on body cam back at 5531 South Four Peaks?
I was.
And was that the 8:48 a.m.?
Yes, that's right.
So all of this is kind of the timeline you're considering when you're going out to Burger King.
Correct.
So when you went out there, were you aware of that? I guess when you went out to Burger King, were you also under an understanding that Lori Vallow had said she was at the house when Charles Vallow was shot?
That was my understanding, yes.
So did all of that play into when you would assume the timing of her arriving at Burger King?
It did.
So sometime after 8:36 is what you're expecting?
To some extent. I was aware that there's a little bit of a logistical difficulty in the question of how one could leave at 8:36 or at just after, and then arrive back by 8:48, knowing the distances and knowing the city of Chandler like I do. So because of that, knowing that it was clearly the case that she was there at 8:48 because she was on officer's body worn video,
For a moment, I'll be right back.
then I knew that there was some chance I would find that the video was in fact prior to the 911 call, because otherwise the distances and the travel didn't seem quite right.
So you see this 12-minute time from when 911 is called to when she arrives back, and you're thinking that there's no way to go to Burger King and drop a kid off at school and get back?
Correct. One of the other things that I was trying to establish when I called her is where she had taken him to school, and to confirm that we hadn't misunderstood about the Burger King event happening after the shooting. Because if we hadn't misunderstood and then learning where the school's approximately 7 miles away from the house. So the idea that one could in 12 minutes go to a Burger King, get their order, drive 7 miles one way, 7 miles back, and arrive in that amount of time seemed very unlikely to me.
So you're now going to Burger King to try to figure out when she actually went there?
Correct.
When you are going to the Burger King, were you aware of what vehicle she was driving?
I was.
Was that, again, body cam had shown what vehicle she had come in?
That's correct.
And was that a red Kia Sorento?
That's right.
So when you, let me ask you this, did you go to a Burger King over at 2865 East Ocotillo Road in Chandler?
I did.
How did you know to go to that one?
I chose that one because it was the closest one, and I wanted to make that logical assumption that that's probably where someone would go first, and then see if I found evidence there that that was the correct one.
All right, so you weren't given that information, you're just trying to figure out which Burger King it was.
Correct.
Did you ask to see if they had surveillance video from the morning of July 11th?
I did.
So you're there on July 12th?
Yes.
When you look at surveillance video at a place like a Burger King, do you ever verify that the date timestamp on that video is accurate?
I do. We very commonly find that at various places, the level of accuracy to their date and timestamps can be exactly right, or they can be off by a significant margin. So the best practice, and what I did in this case, is I will ask to see their live view, and the live view typically has a timestamp, as it did in this case. And then I will use my cell phone, my work cell phone's location time, or my work cell phone's time. And if they match up, then to me that indicates that the timestamp is probably relatively reliable, particularly if I'm there just the day after the video that I'm looking for.
In this case, was the date timestamp correct for that Burger King?
Yes, that's right.
Did you then ask to watch the surveillance video from that morning of July 11th?
I did.
And as you were watching it, did you see a red SUV and a person that appeared to be Lori Vallow going through the drive-thru?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you saw that happen?
I want to say the timestamp on that is around 7:20 something.
Is it 7:54?
7:54. That is probably correct, yes.
So if you're looking at a timestamp at 7:54 and you know the 911 call is at 8:36, are you already starting to wonder what's going on here?
Yes, this was one of the concerns that led us to pursue this avenue of investigation.
And you're aware that Lori Vallow had told Detective Inclan that she had left right after Charles was shot.
That is what I was told.
So if she left right after he was shot, she somehow is already at Burger King more than 40 minutes after the shooting, before the 911 call.
Correct.
Did you look at various channels from that surveillance video at Burger King?
I did.
And did you also ask to obtain?
This just hit me. Okay. So Lori stated that she left the house immediately after Charles was shot, correct? So that was interesting because the 911 call was made at 8:36 in the morning, but the drive-through at Burger King was 7:54. Keep that in your mind.
A receipt from her purchase.
I did.
If I can have my
Great.
paralegal approach with 217 and 218.
Thank you.
We're looking at 217 and 218. Do those contain affidavits from Burger King authenticating both the recording and the receipt?
They do.
And is that from the Burger King that you went to obtain that video and that receipt?
It is.
The state will move to admit 217 and 218.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
217 and 218 are admitted.
Now, just so we know, although we have the video right there and that's been admitted, did you create a PowerPoint we're going to get to in a bit that actually includes the relevant portions of that video in it?
I did.
So ultimately, we have 7:54-ish that you see Lori Vallow going through the Burger King. Were you then ever asked to meet with Lori Vallow to get that hotel key still on the 12th here?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you meet with her?
I met with her at the Four Peaks house.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with her there around 2:10 in the afternoon on July 12th?
Yes, that's right.
Did she provide you with a key card to a hotel, or what looked like a key card to a hotel?
She did.
Do you see that person who gave you Charles Vallow's key card in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Yes. She's sitting at the defense table wearing a black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, at this time, you had already watched the Burger King video that we've discussed. Did she appear to be the same person you saw driving that red Kia Sorento?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you went to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks, did you see a red Kia Sorento at that residence?
I did.
And did that have Colorado license plates of BRS 084?
It did.
Did that appear to match the vehicle you also saw going through the drive-through of that Burger King?
It did.
When you got the key card, did you then meet up with Detective Moffett to go to the hotel?
Correct.
And was that the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you went there, were you able to verify that that's where Charles Vallow was staying?
Yes, I believe Detective Moffett spoke to them, but then we were directed to a room. To a room.
So were you present with Detective Moffett during that?
I was present, yes.
Okay. And so you were provided with a room number where he was staying?
Yes.
And were you provided, well, you had a room key already to get in there?
Correct.
Did you, while you were there or later, obtain both an affidavit and record showing that Charles Vallow had stayed at that hotel?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 219.
Thank you.
Does 219 contain an affidavit authenticating the reservation and room information for Charles Vallow at that True Hilton Hotel?
It does.
And that's the hotel you had gone to with the key card that you got from the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
The state will move to admit, I forget what number that is that 219?
Hello, sorry, Miss Di. I had to take a ladies' break.
That's quite all right. I had to do a hair cutting break for Miss.
And then, folks, I missed the last hour. My niece needs attention. Oh, Elena, thank you for coming back. Nothing major. We're getting into the Burger King and the fact that Lori said that they left immediately. Her and Kylie and JJ left immediately after the shooting. And the timestamp at the Burger King is 7:54 a.m. And they did not call 911 until 8:36 a.m. That's pretty much where we're at. So let's keep going.
19, sorry.
Did you check my coffee?
Any objection?
No objection, Your
I
Honor.
can't
219 as
afford to
amended.
buy anything to do.
If I can
We'll
publish
figure it
that.
out. I'll put it up.
Go ahead.
I don't buy anything. I just want you to check it.
Okay. So let's pull out a little. We see this is from Exhibit 219, the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan.
Yes.
And did this show that Charles Vallow arrived on the 10th and was supposed to leave on the 13th?
Yes, that's correct.
And then were you also provided with information that this was Charles Vallow's room?
Yes, that's right.
Did you and Detective Moffett go into room 127?
We did.
And when you went in there, what was inside?
There were items that I understood to belong to Mr. Vallow. That was our primary reason for being there, was to secure them. A backpack, 2 suitcases, I believe, at least 1 laptop computer. I assisted in gathering these up and impounding them.
Okay. So all of those items were brought to the Chandler Police Department and impounded.
That's right.
Okay. After you had gone to the True Hilton Hotel, did you also learn that the defendant had told Detective Enclem that she had stopped at a Walgreens to buy some flip-flops?
Are you talking about me, Haley Mouse? Or are you talking about other people sharing it? I don't know what you're talking about. And lady, I'll have to do it later because you got 2 accounts.
Initially, I was told a CVS. Whether I misunderstood or there was a miscommunication, I initially believed it was a CVS.
So did you try to locate a CVS in the generic area that you're looking at of the Burger King and the school?
I did. I tried actually 7 different CVS locations trying to locate video and wasn't able to.
So at that point, you were unable to verify that initially.
Correct.
Were you then asked to review the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I was.
Did you have anything to do with extracting the data from his cell phone?
I did not.
Can you talk to us about this GPS data that's part of this extraction? Like, do all cell phones give us GPS data?
As an end user and the person who doesn't do the extraction, depending on a particular user's settings, particularly if we're talking about smartphones, phones equipped with a GPS module and where that GPS module is working, they may record the GPS location of the device for various reasons, depending on the settings. I, for example, keep my GPS location off, so you would not expect to find very many GPS recorded locations on my device. Many people keep them on. I find it's quite common. If so, then the people in the computer forensics unit are able to extract data from the phone to include logged GPS locations, and then can produce that in a report, which as an end user, I can view the latitude, longitude that was recorded by the device for one reason or another, and the date and time that it was recorded by the device. And that gives us GPS locations to look at for where the device may have been.
So for Charles Vallow's phone, were you, through that extraction, provided with, I'll call it ongoing GPS data location for his phone on July 11th?
Yes, so there were GPS locations recorded on the device for July 11th, which was the time period of interest, and I was able to look at those.
Okay. So did you look and see if there were GPS location device information on the phone for other dates as well?
I did not do that.
You're just looking at the date of this shooting?
Correct.
And when we talk about the device, so this is telling you not who has the device, just where the device is.
That's right.
When you were looking at that GPS data from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone, did you discover that Lori Vallow may have actually gone to a Walgreens?
I did.
Based upon looking at that information, did you find an address at 785 South Cooper Road that corresponded to a Walgreens where you saw the device at around 8:15 a.m. on July 11th?
I did.
Based upon seeing that GPS data, did you go to that Walgreens?
Yes, I initially called. I eventually went.
After going to 7 CVS, you decided to call?
I decided to call.
And when you called, did you learn that they did in fact, well, what did you do? How did they know what you're even looking for?
I called, asked to speak to a manager, as I will often do in things like this, and said, I don't tell them specifically why, but I'm looking to see if a person came through, and I provide a general description of that person and what it is that they may have purchased. Usually that's enough. That's what I did in this case. That's enough for them to find if they do or don't have that transaction on video. That's what I did.
So you have the time and the date, the 8/15 and July 11th, and you just give them a description and see if they can find anything that matches?
Correct.
Did they advise you they did?
They did.
Did you go to that Walgreens and obtain a copy of that surveillance footage
I did.
from multiple cameras?
Correct.
Did you also obtain a copy of the receipt of her purchase?
I did.
My paralegal can approach with 216. And so looking at 216, do you see an affidavit for that Walgreens that you contacted regarding obtaining both the surveillance video and the receipt, as well as a copy of the receipt and the video itself?
I do.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 216.
Objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
216 is admitted.
And if I can publish the receipt portion. So for this receipt, it advises that at 8:19, there was a purchase for 2 different pairs of flip-flops.
Yes.
Okay. And that corresponded to what you observed on the video that is in this exhibit as well?
Yes, that's correct.
In watching this video, did you recognize the person making that purchase?
I did.
And who did you recognize that to be?
I recognized Ms. Lori Vallow, at the time now Ms. Daybell, from having seen the body-worn video and also having met her in person.
Okay. And the video that you obtained here, did you also incorporate that into the
Thank
PowerPoint
you,
presentation that you
yeah.
created
Thank
showing
you
the
very much.
GPS data location from July 11th of 2019?
Widget?
I did.
Anyone really? I got to stop for that. Ariel is great. I was in theater with him at the community college late 90s when we were 16. Was his voice like that then?
When you, well, let me ask you. So did you create a PowerPoint presentation of the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone for July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you use any phone records for other individuals such as Lori Vallow?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint,
Cool.
did you utilize cell phone records? And I think you had talked to us about the difference here, and cell tower data that was provided to you by the providers. And by providers, I mean like a T-Mobile or an AT&T.
Those records were provided to Chandler Police Department, not to me directly. I later obtained copies that I used to incorporate in my presentation.
So were you aware of search warrants that were issued to obtain cell phone records to include cell tower data for several different individuals.
Yes.
So in your PowerPoint presentation, did you utilize GPS data that was for Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone with a phone number of 808-755-5452?
One minor clarification, I wouldn't
Sure.
call it GPS data particularly. There's location
Cell tower
data,
data.
correct, but not specifically derived via GPS, as was the data from Mr. Vallow's phone.
And if I can have Exhibit 222. In Exhibit 222, do we see both an affidavit authenticating Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone records for that 808-755-5452?
We-
Thumb drive of all of the phone records.
Yes, it does.
And does it also include some printouts from those records themselves?
Yes, it does.
State won't move to admit 222 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
222 is admitted.
Did you
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
I'm going to have to stop muting there because it doesn't, when I click it, it doesn't work always. We
Okay.
had a shooting at a Texas school. I'm going to take a quick pause so I can. There is a video, thank you so much, that was sent. Shots fired at. I don't have any information. Stupid noise. Shots fired at Wilmer Hutchins High School. Can you Google? Oh, that's Dallas News. So that's near Dallas. Students have been evacuated at a high school following the reports of a shooting. Multiple emergency services are at Weimar High School following the report of gunshot fired. You can see the line of parents lining up. You see an ambulance. So, wait a minute, y'all. I just got super dizzy. Sorry about that. So I don't have any other detail right now. I will break in. Once again, this is my state. This just happened about 30 minutes ago. If you are in that area, please allow the emergency services to do what they need to do. All right, I will keep an eye on this. We are back in court.
You utilize then some of the cell tower data that was provided by Verizon in those records for Lori Vallow's cell phone in your PowerPoint presentation?
We did.
You.
Did you also become aware of the police executing a search warrant for another cell phone associated to Lori Vallow with T-Mobile for 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Were you provided with those records so that you could also look at the cell tower usage of that phone on July 11th?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with 220.
Okay, what's tower? Tower.
Looking at Exhibit 220, is there an affidavit in there?
Kind of tower.
Cell phone tower.
I do this and then I do,
Tower.
well,
Okay.
tower,
Okay.
cell, tower. because it's sending and receiving waves at the top.
Because it's not covered.
No, it's
Thank
I put cell in front of it.
From T-Mobile.
I taught her the teacher something.
Yes, there is.
Related to, again,
Got to remember, it's an information base, along with a leak.
does it also include a thumb drive of all the records in there,
It does.
as well as some of the records printed out?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 220.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
If I can just do one more. before we
Go ahead.
Were you also made aware that search warrants were executed to obtain Verizon cell phone records for Alexander Cox for a phone number of 480? Did you?
Miss Lady Jane, you asked for a breakdown. We finished with the previous witness from yesterday, who was the investigator, Cassandra Yinclan, Yinclan. She testified to the interviews and everything with Lori Daybell and her daughter. It was really nothing much. It was more of Lori trying to push her buttons, discussing the actual video cameras, whether she was a witness or was she treated like a victim. They were treated like victims, but as you well know, anywhere in a public governmental office is recorded. So she was recorded. Lori trial. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the jury. Okay. What's the breakdown of the jury? 2 women, the rest are men. Forgive me. Forgive me. My mind is trying to figure out what's going on with this over here too. I know some people don't like it, but I will be breaking in with this. This is important. So it is 2 women, the rest are men. Yep. That's interesting. Lori was happy about that.
You utilize those records and the cell tower data that was part of them in your PowerPoint presentation for July 11th of 2019.
Yes.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 221. Looking at
And take one more break because we finally got some voice. We know what's happening.
Well back from where the actual school building is. Again, this is Wilmer Hutchins High School. It's a Dallas ISD high school, relatively small by Dallas ISD standards, roughly about 900 students at the school.
It is very small, 900 students. It is South Dallas near I-20.
Again, we got this word, I want to say it's 1:30 now, so this had to come in probably in the last 20 minutes to 25 minutes that there was some sort of incident at the school. As a father, as a parent, anytime that you hear that something has happened at your child's school, there's just nothing like the amount of anxiety and fear that would that engenders in a parent is hard to describe. So I wish we had more details to tell you, but we want to be very, very careful about what boy was shot in the left leg. And now we're learning from our source that Dallas Fire Rescue, this call came in as an active shooter call that a witness had heard somewhere between 3 and 6 shots fired inside the building. And that one 17-year-old student, a boy, was shot in the left leg, but that he is now in stable condition. The thing about this, if Wilmer Hutchins High School rings a bell and you're thinking to yourself, it sounds familiar, it's because there was an actual shooting here right around the same time last year, April 12th of last year. And that case was really important because parents had a very hard time with reunification after that incident. A lot of parents told us they were confused about where to go. It wasn't communicated clearly And again, I can only speak as a father. When something like this happens at your school, all you want to do is be able to hug your child. At the end of the day, you want to know your child is okay. You want to put your arms around them and hug them. And that's why that reunification is so very important. There was also a lot of focus at that time, again, just a year ago today, about how that student at that time got a gun through the metal detectors, got a gun through the security protocols at Wilmer Hutchins High School. At the time, we spoke with Albert Martinez, who was the police chief of Dallas ISD, and he said this was a failure. This was a human failure. There was a disabled metal detector that wasn't functioning. It was still in place. And that the student was able to get the gun through the metal detector. But we were assured at that time, because the parents had spoken out so forcefully, that Dallas ISD and the Dallas ISD Police Department was doing a lot more in terms of stricter training, adding more staff, bringing the security up to TSA levels, and we were assured that that was taking place in light of what happened. I want to bring you back here now as we, again, take a look here. I want to bring in my colleague, senior political reporter Jason Whiteley,
County Sheriff, also Dallas Police, but all inside, away from the foyer.
I'm going to jump. I am not going to show student interviews unless they are 18 years or older. I don't like showing minors being interviewed by the police or a news media without their parents present. So this is just going to be a quick thing. This is not going to be an all-day broadcast. I'm just trying to get the gist of the information. That looks like a parent. And then we'll move on. Just a few more minutes.
Well, Chris, if that message is out there from the district, these parents are not heeding that. And I think we can all understand that we want to see our loved ones, we want to see our children. And so, yes, people are still coming up to find their children, reunify with their children. Shauna Williams has 2 children. We're going to talk with her briefly. You have 2 children at this school.
Yes.
How did you hear about it? Was it a text message? I mean, you've heard that was on lock.
Son called me. He was outside running, and he said that gunshots was over his head or something he was saying, and then he was just getting from a Career Institute. Okay. And then he went in the cafeteria. He saw 2 of his friends get shot.
You're saying your son's 2 friends were shot in the cafeteria?
Yes, that's what he said.
And have you had a chance to talk with him?
My son?
Yeah,
my son is over there.
And how is? I'm assuming he's shot.
They shocked. They shooken up. They were my oldest one was crying, and then my other one, he called me, and I work at the school, and I had to come race over here and see what's going on because he scared me. I was so scared. Yeah, I was.
As a parent, you're hearing about how close these shootings are now to us.
And this was like last year, the same time. Happened the same time last year. Yeah.
We know about the school having metal detectors.
Same time last year, they had a shooting at this school. Shell Bell, thank you for that information. Oh my gosh.
We know that they have clear bag policies.
They do. And even the badges, they have to wear the badges. But I don't see how they could have got in the building. I don't see how they could have, because it's secured. When I come up here to get them, and they always check for my badge and ID and everything. So I don't know how they could have got in the school building.
It feels like you're in a state of just shock, bewilderment, all the things.
I had to drive here safely because I was about to pass out.
Why pass out?
Because my son was screaming and hollering like he was in a range of fire. That's why I had to rush from my job and come up here and see where he was, because I got 2 sons.
2 sons who go here.
Yeah, 2 sons.
We're starting to see a whole bunch of parents now trying to find their children. Explain to us how a parent is feeling in this moment.
Everybody was frantic. My car is way down at the other end, and along with some other parents, we had to walk all the way to the stadium. That's how eager we wanted to get to our kids. Yeah, it's very bad that we have to keep going through this. It's sad.
Speak to that if you can. Just the nature of these school shootings, and they're happening over and over and over again. This happened almost a year ago, exactly to the day.
Yes, and it's traumatizing. I mean,
we don't know of any fatalities. We know 1 student was shot in the leg. There apparently is another student student that has been shot, but we do not know if there are any fatalities.
Working, I have to stop everything I'm doing because my baby like, Mama, come get me, come get me. And I was like, oh my God. So I just had to leave work real fast and come get him. And the same thing happened last year around about this time. I was at work and I was frantic. It's the parents' worst nightmare.
Shauna, that is such a tough feeling to feel, and I'm sure you're feeling a lot of things right now.
Yes.
And I'm hoping the best for you, and I'm hoping that you had a chance to talk with your children through what they just witnessed.
I'm trying to put them in homeschool because I can't take another round of this. This is horrifying, and it's just sad, because somebody had to go through this, but their kids being shot. That's a parent's worst nightmare.
Absolutely. A lot of, I
This want to get back to Cole Sullivan to kind of loop us in on where you are, Cole, and what you're seeing and hearing at this point.
And Chris, one of the most horrifying things about this for families who are here right now is this has happened before. A year ago, almost to the day, they came here because their loved ones had a similar call home saying that there had been a shooting at the high school. And I want to introduce you to someone who was here when that happened last year. Haley, your sister is now inside here. How is she doing? What has she told you?
She told me she was one of the last people to get out. There was a lot of screaming. She heard 3 bullets come from the cafeteria. As soon as they got out, they were yelling at them to keep their hands up. This year it got way more strict than last year. Last year we had to wait a few hours to be able to get out. This time it was less than an hour. It got really scary for her because we thought it was just a drill. And it's really scary because this isn't the first time it happened. We've also had threats before. This is the second time there's actually been a shooting, and I feel like it's.
Dia Wall is another one of our reporters out there trying to find out more information. But Dia, you're actually with some of the parents trying to get to their students, right?
Can't hear you, Ada.
Okay, I'm going to have to mute over here because this button's clicking. It's okay. So I said not every school in the United States have metal detectors. Our schools where I live, we have 1 high school, 1 junior high, 4 or 5 elementary schools. We do not have metal detectors. So metal detectors are not required in the United States, and half the time they don't work.
Yeah, Jason, it's been a little heated out here off and on because it feels like deja vu, as a lot of my fellow colleagues have mentioned already. There are dozens of parents out here. I'm going to have Josh, my photographer that's working with me today, turn around and show you just the line of people who are all behind here. You have all kinds of folks who are walking a half a mile or more just to get to the police barricade in order to get some sort of information about where to get their kids. We're, again, about a half a mile away from Eagle Stadium at Wilmer Hutchins. And so, again, you can hear tensions are flaring with these parents trying to talk to law enforcement behind them. And you can understand that they're trying to protect the scene. They're trying to protect the investigation and make sure everyone's safe. One of those parents who's here is Janet Garcia. We had a chance to connect. Her daughter, Aaliyah, is a student at Wilmer Hutchins. And kind of take me back to that moment when you got the call.
I was at the grocery store, just, getting my groceries, getting stuff done so I could come home and make dinner. And she calls me. She's in and out because, the school. And she's like, Mom, there's a shooting. And I'm like, what's going on? They hung up. I haven't been able to reach her since then. But she sounded okay. She said she was safe. She said that they moved them to the stadium, I'm assuming, and she's safe. But, oh, my goodness, just my heart drops because we hear about this all the time. And I'm just like, oh, not my baby, because that leaves a mark in our kids' heads. Like, it's a mental thing as much as it is for them to come to school tomorrow. Like, how are they going to face this? How are they going to, see their I just hope the school has a good counseling program or something, because these kids are going to definitely need it after this.
Now, Janet, when we first kind of started talking, your hands right now are still shaking.
Oh, yes, because I just still don't know if she's okay until I see my baby, like flesh, blood, like her body, I'm gonna be like this. I want to make sure she's okay. She's my baby. She's she's my oldest. She's a very smart kid, very responsible kid. So it just hurts.
The school is safe now. Everything is
incident.
And I do understand Cole Sullivan. We have Cole right now. Cole, you have someone with you.
It looked like they're not in critical condition. There was a outside student who probably opened the door to let someone in. First thing, the school is safe now. Everything is secure. Um, Hopefully, that the person who is the suspect probably in custody. I can say it. I can say it that
Elena, you're getting this in Spain? Oh my gosh.
it's a sad day for DISD, and I'm thankful for all the fire department, the police department, the state troopers, the DART, and DISD came to the rescue on a fast pace and secured the school. I think secures the school is secure. Thank you for getting that that the school is safe now.
So, what do you know about injuries to students, potentially or staff?
I think the injury, to my knowledge, right now there is not a life-threatening injury to any of the students, which that a blessing right now. I'm glad that of. Now it's just trying to get.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get to before we go back to our trial. I do not want to take too much time away from trial, but anybody in that area, apparently no life-threatening injuries. 3 students were injured in this event. I will keep monitoring it, and we will let you know at the end of our live today. We're going to go back into trial because I know they're going to go into a break in a minute, and we need to finish the Karen Reed documents.
If you can look at the, is there a second affidavit in there?
No news on the shooter yet.
Yes, this does include 9120, but I saw on the envelope here it lists the
And
other
there's-
number.
Perfect. So there's an affidavit in there for the 9120 number
There is.
associated with Alexander Crump.
Yes.
And there's also a thumb drive in there of all the phone records associated with, again, that number 480-310-9120.
Yes.
And those were, again, records that you utilized in creating your PowerPoint for
Yes.
July 11th. The state will move to admit Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
221's admitted.
Now, you talked to us earlier about your training experience in using GPS data and cell tower data, correct?
Yes.
When you are looking at either GPS data from a cell phone or cell tower data from a provider, do you try to verify the accuracy of that information by comparing it to other sources?
Absolutely.
For instance, you told us that you were using the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone and you went to Burger King.
Correct.
And were you looking at the times to see if the GPS data and time matched what you saw in that video?
Yes, with one slight correction. I went to the Burger King initially because it was the closest one. Later, when I was given the GPS data, I looked and saw that it did, in fact, accord to the Burger King. And then I went to the Walgreens because of what I had seen in the GPS data. In either direction that you do that in, essentially what I'm trying to do is make sure just because a device has logged a location at a particular date and time doesn't have to mean it was there. The device could be wrong. It could have been changed in some way. one of the things that we do to make sure that we are relying on good data only is to find other means of corroborating if the device was apparently at that location.
Thank you. So I've had this plugged in here, if I can just admit it, but did you provide the state with Exhibit 209? That is a thumb drive of your PowerPoint print.
Yes.
Did you sign, and I think put your badge number on the back of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's something you created that we've talked about, incorporating all of these different records that we've discussed.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 209 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
209 is admitted.
Might be a good time to break
Right.
before we start.
All right, let's take our noon recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We'll resume with the jury at 1.
We have a little bit of a break here. Let me listen to this. I haven't heard anything about, I haven't seen anything, a picture, anything up about the shooter. So if anything pops up, I will let y'all know about that. In the meantime, let me get this over on this. Let me get this back up. Oh, let me show y'all. Y'all. Okay. I got that live. Watch it. It'll switch to that live. I've got, so there's 3 windows open here. I have 3 windows open in the middle, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9 over here. So I am very compacted. I mean, just overwhelmed with open windows today. There's a lot going on my feet. What?
I'm just trying to keep track of one.
I know, right?
Right.
So I am going to, we're going to go through the Karen Reed document where we left off. Diane, if you want to just sit and take a break, you can, because they can read it for themselves.
I'm going to sit here and turn my mic off because I'll probably snore.
Well, I can take care of that. Bye. You're muted. No, I'm kidding. Maybe if I'm on this side, that will work better for some reason. This format doesn't work as good as the other formats. Okay. So we are now on number 7. Miss Diane, I'll take you off for a minute. When she comes back on, I'll grab her. Okay. Number 7, exclusions for sequestration order are commonly granted, particularly for non-adversarial witnesses cited. Number 8, given the stipulation to the Commonwealth, the defendant given the stipulation to which the Commonwealth and the defendant have agreed, and in the view of the exceedingly narrow scope of any relevant testimony Voss may offer, the public interest in her being able to cover the proceeding far outweigh any conceivable interest in excluding her from the trial. As was also in Conley, allowance for the motion has the south effect of permitting Voss to meet her important First Amendment responsibility of keeping the public informed as to the events taking place in the open court. For all the above reasons, Voss requests the court to enter an order excluding her as a witness sequestration order. In this case, both Voss and her attorneys have assigned it. So what's happening with this is that Voss is, let me get me back here. I like his tie too, guys. I will say that is a nice tie. But the problem is Voss is not going to testify. Get her off of the sequestration list. Okay, so that was number 666. We are now at motion 668. And basically, I'm going to share this, but I'm not going to read every single word of this motion. Why is it not doing what I need it to do? Let me get it. 669 is there. I need to delete that. I got to get rid of some of these windows, y'all. I got too much up here. But that is what happens And now we're going to go over to 6.6. I think this is, yeah. Okay, I'm going to share this. This here is what number 668 is the Commonwealth's notice of discovery. So the Commonwealth, basically all of this are all of these sections of video, interviews, notes, whatever that Karen Reed has participated in, they are going to bring in as evidence in the trial. This is just a letter of notice. So that's nothing that we need to really be concerned about. Let me get the next one up. Okay. This one here, let's blow it up. This is 669. Okay, let me de-embiggen it. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. We got to do all this. This is a one-pager, no-brainer, Commonwealth motion for notice of any visual aid, potential exhibits, or potential chalks that will be displayed to the jury during opening statements. The Commonwealth notifies the court intends to introduce record statements of the defendant in its opening statements and will produce a copy of the recorded statements to the court in advance of the opening statements for the ruling of admissibility. Further, if allowed, the recording should be marked for identification so a complete record is made of all items shown to the juror in the courtroom during the trial. Additionally, the Commonwealth moves for an order that the defense identify in advance any visual aid, potential exhibits, or potential chalks the defendant intends to use during this statement. Yada, 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 yada. So, with that, that's what has been brought into court thus far. I am going to have to take a little girl's break, a little personal comfort break. I will return in just a moment. I am so sorry, but that's what it is. I will put on some music. Maybe. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm sorry, guys. I was as fast as I possibly could. I'm sorry, y'all. I am looking at the news at the shooter right.
In this direction. This was something that had apparently been worked out in front of the elementary school before they all marched over this direction and were escorted underneath that crime scene tape and are now, as you can see, kind of all marching their way in front of Wilmer Hutchins High School here. This is just one aspect of what's going to be playing out over the next few hours, which is reunification of parents and students and loved ones who are trying to figure out what to do and where they can go. You see this mom here carrying a small child as she's trying to walk this direction to get as fast as she can to her kids and to her loved ones here on the campus of Wilmer Hutchins. Something that, like I said, we're going to see playing out over the next few hours as well. We'll keep an eye on it and keep you updated on what we hear from the district about the proper plans for reunification as well. For now, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Cole. And yeah, there's always some element of confusion in a situation like this. I mean, blood is running high. There's a lot of anxiety, and officials may be making decisions about reunification or this checkpoint or that checkpoint, but is that filtering down to the actual officer who is there at that particular corner? So it appears, at least, that it appears like it's worked out now, and we see a more steady stream of parents going in now.
And you could have, police protecting evidence in a certain area too. I know there was some talk about maybe something happened on the south end of the school, which is where the stadium is too. So maybe that could be one of the reasons. The reunification, though, does appear to be playing out a heck of a lot better than it did last year. That was a big complaint that a lot of parents had. And one last thing to add here too, we understand just within the last half hour, a moment of silence happened on the floor of the House of Representatives in Austin, thinking about everyone who was involved today.
All right, we're going to wrap our coverage here on air now. We're going to return you to your regular scheduled program. Look for us back on WFAA News at 4.
And we're on a WFAA Plus right now.
Karen, how do you feel about the dirty incident? Stay.
Please, we're loaded for bear, ready to get the show on the road, and we're happy with the whole process today.
Karen, last 2 weeks. How do you feel about Hank Brennan planning to use your interviews as opening statement?
Come at me.
Okay, now we're on the Karen Reed, and then we'll go back.
I may have seen it. I would not have said anything that I wouldn't say again.
Are you pleased to have more time than openings Tuesday? Did you guys originally hoping to get more time?
We're ready right now.
Are you happy with these jurors, these 9 men and 9
Very
women?
pleased,
You've seen them
absolutely. Yep,
up close,
and I
what do
believe
you
they're
think about them?
truthful and they were questioned thoroughly. So I have confidence in that part of the system.
Do you think you might testify this time? There'll be no comment. Are you feeling confident about your case?
Always.
Can you feed that as soon as possible? Thank you.
You may not have caught it at the end period. Someone asked.
So there you go. She was there, and that was a good little sweet little interview, right? Having a little technical thing.
I'm in a very precarious physical position.
Half of what it used to be. We
Yeah,
used to
I mean,
follow
that
her
was-
the whole time
Yeah,
to the
no, they
car.
asked us
I
not
guess
to, so I
they-
was like, whatever. There's no one else to get, no one else to get, right?
No, that's it.
I want to hear I
first
love
thing.
hearing them
That's
talk.
All right, very
The
good.
father sometimes here,
Okay.
he'll say a couple things.
Okay, I love sometimes listening to some of them. So that was good. We're back over here.
105, the 911 call started going out, and they came in to first responders as an active shooter call.
And this happened at Wilmer Hutchins High School. It's a Dallas ISD school. It's on the southeast side of the city of Dallas, around Interstate 45 and Interstate 20, to kind of give you your bearings of where it is in the city here. This shooting call went out, and obviously police raced there from a number of agencies. Dallas Police, Dallas ISD Police already had an officer on the scene from our understanding. Wilmer Police, ATF agents, federal agents are there now too. Transit police from DART are there. Everyone rushes to the scene. The bottom line is they found out after, getting things settled here, 4 people got injured. Now it's important to delineate this here because of the 4, only 1 person was shot, and that 1 person who was shot was apparently struck by a bullet in the leg and in the calf area.
ISD stands for Independent School District.
And that's where that person was hit. 3 of those people went to Baylor Scott and White in downtown Dallas, the Deep Ellum side of downtown Dallas, which is a level 1 trauma center. The other patient went to Methodist Hospital in North Oak Cliff. The good news is all of those people have non-life-threatening injuries.
Yeah, we have a team of reporters. Reporters, both here in the newsroom, folks making calls, talking to their sources with various law enforcement agencies. We now have 2 sources that have confirmed to WFAA that authorities do not have the suspect in custody. So 2 sources confirming to WFAA that at this point they do not have the suspect in custody. I want to get back out now live to my colleague, Dia Wall. You've been out there, Dia, watching sort of the frustration mounting as parents waited to be reunited with their children. What's happening now?
So right now, we are starting to see a very slow trickle, guys, of families who are being released, including some students that I just so happen to run into here, 2 young ladies who go to Wilmer Hutchins. First, how are you both doing?
First, they look like, I'm not going to play it. I don't think it's right. I don't know their ages. Don't take this the wrong way, guys, unless I know
In the cafeteria having your regular lunch on a Tuesday and you hear 5 or 6 gunshots. Some people flee, some people duck. You have no idea what's going on, hard to orient yourself. They've just been really kind of struggling to figure it all out. And so we want to give them a little bit of grace. But I'm telling you guys, this has been a hectic, confusing process for families who just want to see their kids, right? A lot of folks in the South will say, just lay eyes on their baby, right? That's what we're watching happen. But again, we're pushed back a little bit. We're going to try to get some more families to bring to you. And as soon as we have more context, any more information, or any more reunions, we'll bring them to you here live.
All right. Thank you, Dia. Yeah, as the father of a teenager, I can tell you their outward reactions are not always indicative of what they're feeling inside. So,
yeah, and no doubt, 4 people, potentially their classmates, are in Dallas hospitals right now this hour at 3 o'clock.
I don't know if they're all students or if it's a mix of students and faculty. That is something we are waiting to hear. We did find out that the alleged perpetrator is not
some different injuries. Most of the 3 of the 4 actually went to Baylor Scott and White in downtown Dallas. Kevin Reese is there right now. Kevin.
Yeah, we do understand that 3 of those victims from Wilmer Hutchins were brought here to Baylor Scott and White. For those of you who don't know where this is at the intersection, the ER here at Worth and Hall. This is on the Deep Ellum side of downtown Dallas. The other victim, we are told, the 4th, was taken to Methodist Hospital down in Oak Cliff. We'll give you a look at the ER right now, and I can tell you it has calmed down quite a bit, but there was a much larger than normal police presence here in the last couple of hours. Not only the security that is normally here with Baylor Scott and White outside of the ER as is necessary, but also a large number of DPD officers were here as well. Clearly not the standard protocol for what happens day to day. It would appear that they were here as they would to keep an eye on these victims coming in. But our latest information is the same, that 3 of the victims from Wilmer Hutchins were brought here with non-life-threatening injuries, the 4th taken to Methodist on the south side of Dallas. Things are very calm here now. We have not seen families or parents arriving here yet, but we will talk to them if they want to, if and when they do show up here at Baylor Scott and White. back to you all.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, we'll keep in touch with you. Hopefully, is again, we want to reiterate everything we're hearing is all of these injuries are non-life-threatening injuries. So we may not get a specific update on their medical condition. Know that it's been communicated that none of these injuries are life-threatening at this point.
That is the good news. Now the next big questions on the investigative side are for police and for the school district. And how did this happen? And we can tell from the video we're seeing from our helicopter out there that law enforcement is set up to stay and will likely be there, no doubt, through the evening and into the night as they retrace this, look at surveillance video around the school, try to find out what happened. And as Chris mentioned earlier, identify the suspect. We talked to the mayor pro tem, Tanel Atkins, a little earlier, and he was telling us that he understood that police knew who the suspect was. But our sources are telling us now, as Chris reported a moment ago, that suspect is not in custody yet. So certainly that's the next big thing police want to do is identify that person and get them in custody to get that person off the street. I mentioned this before we went off the air on TV a moment ago, but we've been talking about this here. It's certainly a huge story in the city of Dallas and in North Texas as well. But it's also making its way to Austin too. And Representative Aisha Davis, who's a state representative who represents the Wilmer Hutchins High School and a lot of southern Dallas County, she asked on the floor of the House of Representatives within the last hour, she asked for prayers for her district, for the students, for law enforcement, for emergency responders and others. And then the Speaker of the House, Dustin Burrows, asked members to stand up there and have a moment of silence for everyone who was involved today. And, the mayor pro tem made a really good point here too. Regardless of the questions you have here, and there are a lot of questions that need to be answered, and a lot of parents deserve answers, you got to be thankful for the response that law enforcement showed. It's throw everything at it and pull it back as needed. And it appears that everything was thrown at it and everything is still on the scene as they get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, let's get back out. Brittany Moncrief is sort of on the other side of the high school. In fact, close to the elementary school, which is not far from the high school. Brittany, what are you seeing where you are right now?
So, Chris, as I mentioned before, we're still over at the elementary school. There are parents that are waiting for their students to come out of the elementary school. They tell me that they're releasing the students one at a time as their parents come up. Of course, you have to show ID and give your child's name. But also, I mentioned how there are high school students here who ran from the high school when they heard those gunshots. One of those students is Aldo, who joins me. He's a senior this year. And Aldo, tell me what happened. Your friend was actually one of those, one of the students that were shot.
Yeah, he was one of the students that were shot. I don't want to say his name or anything, but he was running behind me in the cafeteria. He got out after me and my girl got out, and he was basically asking for help. He was like, "Hey, something hit me or something," and he said, "Take off my boot so I can see it." And I'm like, thinking he's joking, but then I'm like, "Okay, let me take off his boot," and I take off his boot, and there's a big gash or wound on his leg, and he's saying it's hard to move, and that eventually it ended up he couldn't feel his leg no more. And the whole situation was really just like a lot of adrenaline, and there was like you just had to act fast.
Yeah, I want to know, how are you feeling right now?
Now I'm a little bit more calm now that I'm away from everything, and that I know everybody that I'm close to is safe, and that the people that I love know that I'm safe too.
And I remember you were talking to me, you're a senior this year. So you were here last year when a similar incident happened. What's going through your mind, the fact that it happened last year and now it happened again this year?
Yeah, I was already like on edge, like not on edge, but I was already like instinct kicked in, like same with the last one. It was a different experience though, because last one I was safe in the classroom. This one I had to run, and so there was a little bit more adrenaline in that one. We really just had to book it from there. My arm, I'm not injured or anything, but it almost got caught when people were trying to run, and I almost got caught through the door.
I'm glad you're okay. I know our anchor Chris has a question for you. Chris, you can go ahead and ask your question. I'll tell Aldo.
Yeah, I just wanted to know. First of all, I'm so glad to hear that you're okay. But as for your friend, did he recognize or see the person who fired?
So Chris was asking if you recognized did your friend recognize the person who was shooting the gun, or?
No, I didn't ask. Like I said, it was just like in the moment I wanted to help him out as soon as I can. I didn't get no description of anybody. They were saying I was in the cafeteria. They were saying it happened in B Hall, or like close to around there. But the shots sounded they were coming from that direction, B Hall. But I wasn't able to see the shooter or anything.
And B Hall is near where the cafeteria is.
Yes.
Okay.
It's right outside.
And you all were in the cafeteria at the time, and then you took off running, and that's when you realized that your friend was hit.
Yes, I realized he was hurt somehow, and I just had to help him out.
What happened after you pulled his boot off and you were able to help him?
After that, I mean, I noticed there wasn't any like signs of he was bleeding rapidly, so it wasn't bleeding anything. It was just like a bruise from a paintball gun, almost, that it looked like either he got shot or he hit himself and he was just confused and he didn't know. I don't know. It was a lot of emotions going through that day.
And I know you mentioned that because this happened last year and then it happened again this year, there were some things that you already knew what to do. Tell me about that.
As soon as I got outside, I was able to call my mom and tell her, hey, there's a shooting outside again. And she was like, really? There's no way. And I had to tell her, I showed her everything. I was outside. And she was like, are you gonna call your grandma to come pick you up? And I'm like, well, they're not gonna let her in from the last time. And so I told her I'll just wait it out till let me see what they tell me, because I already knew I was in a safe location away from everything. So I just stayed there.
And I just have one more question, because I know you're going to go back over with your family. How did you know to come this way to the elementary school?
This way, it's because it was more. It was just away from everything, all the chaos. So it was more calm. You get to relax and just breathe and think everything through.
And you guys waited inside the elementary school until you were able to be released,
No,
or?
We just ran over here.
Just ran over
here.
Just getting away from everything. Yeah, thank you so much, and I'm glad that you are okay. I'm glad your friends are okay, and we'll be out here. Anything you all need. Thank you. So yeah, Chris, just as you just heard, students, they're reliving, for some of them, what happened last year, and that's hard for a lot of students to go through. We had a student that was earlier today. She was so shaken up she couldn't speak, and then you just heard from Aldo, who took off running once he heard the gunshots, only to find that his friend who was trailing behind was one of the students who was hit. So he's been waiting here to get updates on his friend. He's back with his other friends, and they're all safe, thankfully. But again, here over at the elementary school, there's still parents that are outside waiting to reunite with their students and also pick up some of their children that are over here at the elementary school. Chris?
All right, thank you very much, Brittany. Yeah, in a very high stress situation like this, I mean, your brain is shooting all of these additional sensory signals into your brain. So it's why a lot of times when people are describing what's happened, what they describe is a much longer period of time than what actually took place. It's because they're getting all of this input, and it can be really hard at the time when you're hearing it.
So y'all know, this school only has 900 kids. That is a very small school in the eyes of a Texas school. Texas schools are usually 1,500 or more, especially in a high school. So this is a really small school. And most of these kids, sophomore on up, have been through this before.
A gunshot to determine exactly where it's coming from and how many you heard and what is happening in that moment.
And Chris, even though this is Texas, there are a number of people who don't know what gunfire sounds like.
This is not East Texas. This is Dallas. Very South
It
Dallas.
doesn't sound exactly like it does in the movies and on television. It's that short pop, and when you hear multiple ones, you're like, well, that can't be what I think it is.
Yeah.
And no doubt that's probably happens in a lot of these situations. Unfortunately, these students here and many of the staff relived this from last year too. Brittany getting some of the most detailed information yet on the injuries of that one person who was shot, if indeed that was the person who took the bullet wound to his calf. I'm glad that person is okay, but to hear him describe having to take his buddy's boot off and to see the wound below there. Nevertheless, it appears that doctors at Baylor Scott and White are handling that case right now. We also saw a few moments ago on the back side of the school towards the stadium there, you could see a line of people.
Okay, guys, do you see that little key? I'm going to blow it up. Okay. This is like kind of northeast. They're saying east. East is way over where I just dropped that dot. But the school is located right here where that pin mark is. I'm going to zoom out. I guess I got to leave it in order to keep it. Okay. So I'm going to zoom out so y'all get an idea of where this is happening. And I'm located right there. I'm located there. So this is, again, very South Dallas. I find it interesting that it's, so they're northeast, kind of northeastern of Texas, just so people get an idea of where this is at.
Lined up, no doubt parents there. It looks to be where a lot of the activity is from the district side and the parent side on the back end of the school there. And they were lined up in what is an orderly line. And to reiterate what we saw last year, the reunification process when there was a shooting there 1 year ago to this week, the reunification process was a lot messier then. Parents complained about it. The district promised to make this right and to fix this. And it looks like they did learn the lesson from that as well, because the reunification is happening now with the students who went out the east or the west side there and the south side who escaped that way. A number of them went out the front door too, but there are a number of them still in the bleachers, and the district officials are checking identification and they're matching up the students with those parents.
Yeah, I mean, the teachers and the staff are trained, they drill on this. They know how to get students either into a secure classroom or to get them out of the school. But when something like this happens at a large high school like this, kids are in all different kinds of places. So somewhere near the front, they're just going to act on instinct and run out.
This is not large, boo. This is small.
Every student is in a controlled classroom environment where the teacher may orderly, get them to a specific area. But again, to your point, the first call went out about 1:05, just after 1 o'clock. So when you account for that time in which the law enforcement has to get on there and make sure the scene is actually secure, they can't start allowing parents to come into the scene until they're absolutely sure it's secure. So if you allot for that time, I think DISD sent the notice out it's been maybe about 45 minutes now since they said, hey, it's okay now to come to the stadium where you can be reunited with your child.
And you could see those parents lined up along the fence line there to the bottom of the screen behind that tree. There's a line going all the way up through the shade there to where the police and district officials are checking identification. And no doubt a lot of those parents have questions and want to know from Dallas ISD, how in the world did this happen again 1 year to the week since it happened last year? And that's what the police officers, that's what district officials are trying to figure out. Early information from the Mayor Pro Tem Tanel Atkins telling us, Cole,
we're seeing a lot fewer parents as they're walking through. When you're reporting on one of these scenes, it's you walk a really fine line between, reporting on the event and then being a distraction of the event, and also being a part of the event. So we're trying to give people some space. We know as parents walk through with their children, they keep their head down. That is your sign that they do not want to talk. One mom yelled out to me, and listen, we have to be understanding of the emotions that are happening in these moments. She yelled out to me, I'm tired of talking. We need more doing. And that's really telling. She said, I'm tired of talking. We need more doing. Speaking to the frustration that a lot of parents are having. Keep in mind, after last year's incident, there was a parent community meeting where the district felt and made a pledge that we were going to be better. last year when we were at this event, we were at this very same spot hearing from parents who were frustrated about metal detectors, clear bag policies, how they didn't work. That reunification process last year was a mess. It took 2 to 3 hours to get that all buttoned up. We remember parents waiting outside the parking lots, having to sign the cards with their name, their students' names, their children's names, and one by one go into the main office and pick up their children. Again, that took 2 to 3 hours. It's going to be really telling if they listen to these parents in that community meeting last year to see how fluid this reunification process will be. Again, we're here on the north end where things have somewhat settled. There are a lot fewer parents coming through. We're hoping that reunification does happen, but still, we're understanding this is still a fluid scene.
Jobin Puneker there, thank you so much for that. Dia Wall was on the back end of that with the parents who were waiting to get in there. And Dia, we were talking to you earlier. There were a lot, tensions flaring, but it looks a lot more orderly right now than it did earlier, which is number one testament, I think, probably to Dallas ISD learning from last year. But number two is probably calming a lot of tensions, I would think, maybe with parents. Dia, can you hear us?
Anytime you get a phone call. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go
We
ahead.
can
Please.
hear you.
All right, guys. So can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
All right. So here's the deal. When you were talking about it looks a little bit more calm and a little bit more orderly, they have gotten into a little bit of a rhythm in the line. Let me kind of scoot back. We're opposite Kevin Reese. He's on the other side of this stadium on the other entrance, but you can kind of see the line there of families that are waiting. And again, we've mentioned this several times, but the process is just slow. This is not normal routine or business as usual for a dismissal. And so parents are having to walk up, show identification. They have to make sure and verify that this person has the ability to pick these kids up, and then they're walking out. And so we've just seen a variety of families come out. We've talked to students, we've talked to parents, and no one is happy with the communication and how this all kind of played out. And so there's still a few students. It's hard for me to be able to see because we have these emergency vehicles kind of blocking the view of the stadium, but the kids are sitting on the bleachers inside the stadium right now as, again, they're waiting to be picked up. So it does seem like the scene's a little more calm, but as I started before you guys could hear me, you can only imagine your adrenaline and your temperature and your worry and everything just kind of goes down when you can see your kid after a school shooting. This is not a phone call, an alert that any parent ever wants to get. And the parents at Wilmer Hutchins have gotten it twice in a year's time. So as you can imagine, for those who were here this same time last year when there was a school shooting, there's a bit of that deja vu. And I think for some of these families, it's just a relief to be able to get their children. Yes, there are questions about how a gun was able to get inside this campus again. But more than that, what were the lessons learned on at least how to get these kids to their families in a way that's a little more organized, a little more effective in terms of communication so that people aren't panicked? I think that that's one of the big things. And even making those phone calls. I mean, we talked to several parents as well who got the initial phone call or text from their student, but no communication after that. And so this is just really a big site of not only reunification, but relief for these families, guys.
Certainly understandable, Dia. When we talked about earlier, when you're a child and you're in this high stress environment, how your perception of time kind of warps. You get a similar situation as a parent as well, because you get this phone call, as we heard earlier, when Janet Garcia talked about getting that call from her daughter Aaliyah saying, "Mom, there's been a shooting here," but then she can't get another call out, and Janet's there at the school and just waiting and waiting and waiting, and it's certainly understandable how even a matter of minutes can feel much longer.
And the drive that she had, I believe she was at the grocery store, right? When
Yeah.
she got that phone call. Can you imagine the drive when you leave your cart behind and you take off? I can't imagine how long that drive must have felt to physically get there on scene. We've just gotten a statement a few moments ago from Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson, who is saying, I am deeply troubled to learn that a shooting has taken place at Wilmer Hutchins High School in Dallas. Our schools should never be places of violence, the mayor said. I'm grateful, he said, to Dallas PD and Dallas Fire Rescue for their swift response to this situation. Dallas ISD also has counselors on scene there right now as parents are picking up their children and being reunified with them on the football field there. And the counselors are from the Life Foundation. It's a nonprofit, and they have provided counselors to a number of other high-profile incidents, but they are on scene here right now for, the frustrated parents who probably want to talk this out with somebody and may just want to yell about what happened. I can certainly understand that. And for at least 4 people who have been taken to hospitals with non-life-threatening injuries, I can't imagine the drive that those parents had on the way to the hospital.
Yeah, and as we're taking a look, giving you that view of sort of from on high, I mean, you could just see that line of parents waiting there against the building and the line stretching against the fence line there as they wait to be reunited again. The Dallas ISD telling parents to come to the stadium, bring an ID, and they will facilitate the reunification with their child. Let's get back out to Cole Sullivan. He's been reporting from shortly after we got the call on this incident. Cole, what are you seeing from your point of view right now?
Chris, this scene is changing. Just in the last 5 or 10 minutes or so, we've seen the fire department leave this scene and the police command post come in. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see what we're seeing here. People who have been watching the stream as we've been out here for hours now can see there is a lot less of those emergency vehicles, of those first responders who are here on the scene right now. This is something that Jason and Chris have been talking about. We've seen this transition from an emergency response to an investigation here on the scene. You can see some fire officials still here, but we've seen those paramedic units, the ambulances leave. We saw fire trucks leave in the last few minutes. We saw, and I'm not sure you can make it out from this vantage point, this big black mobile command post the City of Dallas Office of Emergency Management has arrived here on scene and set up here as well to kind of provide that central location as this investigation continues. We're told that there are some federal agents here on scene as well helping with all of this. And as all of this is unfolding with the authorities changing how they're responding to this, we're seeing little by little trickles of students and parents walking away from the scene here. You can see this is a group of, I believe, educators based on their badges who are walking over this direction. We've seen school buses start to come through as well. This is a school bus over here just on the right that will pass in just a moment. You can see this is from the elementary school. And these elementary school kids are looking out the window at all of this as they're being waved by. Imagine being just in grade school and seeing all of this happen next door. We know that elementary school went on lockdown through all of this as well. When I arrived shortly after we got the call that this had happened, we saw armed police units out in front of that elementary school, which is only a football field away from the high school itself. So really close nearby. You can understand why they're put on lockdown, but a scary experience for those students who are now.
See, in our community, our junior high the new one was built right across the highway, 4-lane road, from the high school. So I can imagine what those poor kids were, or poor kindergartners junior high kids. This is an elementary school, so that's even more traumatic, I think. Guys, with that, I don't think there's really any more news. I have been scouring what you've been seeing me do besides eat a beef stick. Andrea Nevins, documentary filmmaker, dies at 63. She was so young. So anyway, back to this topic. They still have no information publicly on the shooter. So, is what it is. We don't know. So it's just going to be a wait and see. I am happy that the jury has been seated in the Karen Reed. 6 male, 6 female. It's a perfectly balanced jury. They seem to be happy with the jury. They will be in court tomorrow. I don't know what time, but when they go to court, we will be in court, and we will be following her. They're going to have a bunch of motions tomorrow. So we'll do that before we do the Lori Daybell trial. We are in a lunch break for Lori Daybell, and we've got we're over an hour, just an hour and 5 minutes. So jury should be back any minute. Everybody, let's take a stretch break. Stretch break. Everybody stand up. Twist, turn, shake. Do what you gotta do. Get some blood flowing in your legs. Okay, so now what we're going to be doing is just waiting. Waiting. I've been adding people to the wheel for oh, that needs to have a fade. We have been I've been adding cancel. I have been adding everybody to the wheel, prize wheel. We got a lot of you, man, already. That's amazing. That's amazing. You know what? I did not get to use one of my favorite sounds on Lori Daybell. We're going to use that when she gets really bad. UK's not had one since 1996. Well, yeah. I have no defense for it. Yeah, that's true. True, Ronnie. The end of the school year often brings more unalivings. And that is a shame. It is really horrible, but it is true. There are some children that do not do well through the summer, and they fall apart at the end of the year, and they don't want school to end. I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning for that is. So that's all I know, folks. I am currently looking for any more news. There have been a lot of updates in the helicopter that fell out of the sky. It's really bad. There's a lot of bad information coming in about the upkeep of the helicopter. And that's really sad. Okay, you have a lot of step. We don't have as much of that in the school systems as we do the weapons. So I am so happy. Cayenne West got locked out of his favorite place to eat, Cheesecake Factory, because of the way his wife is dressed. I don't understand why this man puts his wife in a see-through leotard and a pair of shorts that look like women granny panties and heels and parades her around like she is an unclothed doll. And the fact that she is allowing that, y'all, that's horrible. Horrible. I don't get it. Not appropriate. Okay. I'm looking for Karen Reed's stuff. Let me go look at my documents. I thought I had another document for us. Let me go look at the member drop off. Okay, let's see. Full jury. Miss June, you are amazing. Both you and Ronnie, thank you so much. A full jury was seated tomorrow, Wednesday, 10 a.m. There will be a hearing. So we will be live at 9 a.m. tomorrow in the Karen Reed trial. Here we go. More live communications. Here is the video. I think where Lori Daybell goes to Burger King. Let's play that. Okay, let's see. I don't know if there's any sound. I don't hear any sound. That is the worker, I suppose. There's Lori Daybell. There she is, y'all. Does she act? How can you act like nothing has happened to your ex? Is who wealthy, Lady Jane? Here comes the employee. They're acting like nothing's happened. Lori, you have to be a psychotic bitch to act like that. Kangaroo court? Yeah, not quite. The judge is running it pretty dang well considering. Honey boo, I know I fuss at y'all for eating the client's candy, but I need something sweet. My tongue's on fire from that beef stick. Can you bring me a couple of Rolos, please? So she's being serviced here. You can't see anything because they was okay. There you go. Because the employee was there. So we're going to zoom. This, I'm sure, will be brought up in trial. They're perfectly fine. Like nothing ever happened. Lori Daybell went to Burger King at 7:54 in the morning. This was moments after her brother unalived Charles, and about half an hour before they called 911 at 8:36 in the morning. Despite having two phones, she did not call. I'm more concerned about the 10 pieces of chicken nuggets costing $1.49. Y'all, we have a receipt. I have to. Oh. I have to stop sharing screen. Screen. He bought me Wolos. Look at this. 10 pieces of nuggets for $1.49. Honey. He's got me on his phone. Isn't that sweet? Oh, that was perfect. 9-piece chick fries, $3.99. What is wrong with their pricing, y'all? A small Sprite is $2.39. When 10-piece chicken nuggets, $1.49. Bottled water, $3.78. When 10 pieces of chicken nuggets is $1.49. Honey boo, somebody's got a problem over there. This is stupid. Bottled water, almost $4. I wouldn't pay $4 for a bottle of water unless I'm in the middle of an event in the middle of nowhere, like at the Renaissance Festival, and they had no public water. I mean, that's outrageous. Y'all. Maybe she had a coupon. Well, value Sprite for minus $1.39. I don't know. All I know is it's cray cray. It's cray cray. That is a weird receipt. That is a really weird receipt. I've been in fast food service a long time. I haven't seen 10 pieces of nuggets for $1.39 or $49. I love Rolos. That to me is insane.
So it's that really weird to see her in person, and
Your son
really just different
is Lori Daybell's son.
to witness her in that state. It's hard.
Did you make eye contact with your mom at all?
Yeah.
And what was that like?
She smiled at me for 10 seconds, probably straight, uncomfortable, and confusing.
I
Yeah.
noticed at one point you were kind of trying to catch her eye when you walked in.
Yeah.
But she didn't know you were going to be here, right?
No, she didn't know. She had no idea I was going to be here. So I think I don't know when she saw me, but obviously I looked for that contact at first. I guess I never know what's going to happen with that. And yeah, it was just surreal.
What is it like sitting in the courtroom and having your family talk about it? JJ, Tylee, having Kay take the stand. I mean, Adam talking about the family dynamic.
It's surreal. It feels like a bad dream almost. It doesn't feel like real life, if I'm being honest with you. It mostly feels like, how could I put this? It feels like I'm watching it in third person almost, because it is so crazy. And that probably happened, crossed my mind 3 or 4 times, that I can't believe this is my family. I can't believe that's my mom. And I can't believe they're all here talking about the people that I grew up with in my direct family.
What have you thought about your mom questioning some of these witnesses over the past few days?
I've just noticed her attitude, how bad it is. I've noticed how rude she is. And I think more than anything, she's just disrespectful. And it's hard to watch anybody talk to other people like that. And yeah, I don't know how to gauge the fact that she's just rude. Yeah.
So you're gonna give more of your thoughts tonight on your channel or this weekend? Or?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Even though we sat there all day, I'm pretty tired. But I think it's exhausting. It's weird, but honestly, yeah, I probably will break down my thoughts tonight and really process this for the next couple hours, and then hop on and just talk about the experience for sure.
Good. So people can catch it. Tell everybody the name of your channel again.
YouTube channel name is Colby J. Ryan. So if you just put that on YouTube, you'll find it.
Anything you want to add?
No, that's it.
How old are you now?
I'm 29 now.
29.
Oh man.
All right,
Oh man.
He ain't no old man.
Afternoon, everybody. Quick update for about first thing this morning is that some of her witnesses are getting subpoenas, some aren't. The judge wants to know if they've been served. Larry Woodcock apparently got a subpoena, and that was done inadvertently, but Lori Vallow Daybell's name was signed on it. So and the state brought that up, that Lori signed the subpoena. Why did she sign the subpoena if it was sent as an accident? And Lori responded that she just signed a stack of subpoenas. The judge told her she needs to be more careful. She can't just be doing stuff like that. So Larry Woodcock got a subpoena. Bobby Vallow got a subpoena. Those were both struck. Those aren't happening. But then there's other people on her witness list that haven't got subpoenas and can't be tracked down. And so the state of her witnesses are in flux. We will see what happens when the state rests. The judge reminded her that the state's resting on Thursday, maybe Monday at the latest. And then it's her turn. Then it's Lori's turn. And we'll see if she decides to call anybody, if she can call anybody other than herself. The cross-examination continued with Detective Cassandra Youngklung. I think I'm saying her name right. I was told how to say it, and I put it in my phone. I will have it perfected by tonight. Lori went back and forth with her about whether she was advised that her police interview was being recorded at the police station. The detective said no, because it's a public place. There's no rights of there's the right of privacy is not expected at a police station. She went back and forth over her being notified about Charles's death in front of Tylee, but Lori already knew the fact that, it had happened. And then I think that those were kind of the key points. We had to take a little bit of a break for a technical issue. We went back into court with Detective Ariel Werther. He's the guy who put together all the GPS data points of where Charles's phone went the morning of the shooting, when we presume Lori had the phone. The fact she went to Walgreens, it was kind of a funny moment. He said that he had originally been told it was CVS, so he went to 7 CVS locations. None of them had any record of Lori being there, or none of them had any indication that she had bought flip-flops. Well, once he got Charles's phone, he realized, the phone actually went to a Walgreens. So instead of going over there, he actually called them. And they said, yeah, she was here. So he went, he got the data, he got the receipt from the flip-flops. The times matched up for Charles's phone versus their surveillance footage. He also went to the Burger King where Lori stopped and got the receipt there and the surveillance footage from there. He went to the True Hilton where Charles was staying and was able to get the receipt there. They searched his room, they seized his computer, all of his other personal information that was in there. And after lunch, PowerPoint is going to be shown in court, showing all of the activity of his phone, of Charles's device. So should be interesting as he lays it all out for the jurors and gets, lays out the GPS points and things like that. That's kind of a quick catch up as far as what we have been doing here today. Just recorded a quick little hit with Dateline. They're going to have something coming out this week with the latest on the trial. And tonight we'll be back with Courtroom Insider to break it all down. Hope you can join me at 8 o'clock Mountain Time. That's 7 o'clock here in Arizona and Pacific Time. Seats were pretty full today. I think every seat, maybe 2 or 3 were empty. But other than that, a lot of people from different states are here. I met people from Utah, from Seattle, Arizona, of course, Idaho. And yeah, people are still interested. How you doing? Good. Good. Just doing a little live video here. Waiting for my sandwich. Jimmy Jones's lunch today, everybody. Okay, so I'm going to head inside. I'm going to grab this lunch and stay tuned. Tonight we will have the latest. Hope you're watching. Appreciate your support. We'll see you. By the way, I apologize. This is a long story, but we got a brand new internet provider at East Idaho News before this trial that promised us no interruptions and incredible speeds and no tech issues, because I said we cannot have any interruptions with this video feed or anything. And guess what? Almost every day there's been an issue, especially today. And thank you for being patient with us. I'm told we've figured it out, so the feed should be good from here on out. But it's beyond our control. I will say, too, the room where the camera is at the courthouse has the worst cell phone reception. It's like a black hole. So to feed the video out of there is a little bit complicated, a little bit challenging. So, okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm going to get my sandwich. They're telling me that it's probably ready. So we'll see you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much for reporting.
Afternoon, everybody.
Okay, we've already done that. But do you know what? Something else is going on that I didn't know what was happening, y'all. Y'all, we've got I don't want to invite a guest. Share screen. We'll share that for now. Then we'll hop over here. We have a launch that's going to happen, y'all. I don't know if y'all know
Looked at
this.
systematic things that have happened in the past. Looked at, the hardware and software. And our design is it goes.
Falcon 9 rocket carrying the robotic Blue Ghost resilient landers built by Firefly Aerospace and Tokyo-based iSpace, respectively. What is? Okay, he's telling us Firefly is built in Cedar Park, Texas. And he should know he worked for Tesla. Is scheduled to lift off in NASA Kennedy Space Center, Florida, Wednesday morning at 1:11 a.m. Eastern Time. So I just thought that'd be interesting for y'all to know that Tesla, or should I say Elon Musk, is sending something to the moon. We'll see what happens. Okay, y'all. We're getting back into court. I have a correction here. My little sweet honey boo, Gerald, worked for Tesla, and he's got 2 friends that work for Firefly, and they're the ones who are working on the robots for the moon. And that was in Cedar Park, Texas, which is basically part of Austin. So, and those of you who don't know, every single Tesla that comes out of a factory comes from Austin. Austin is the home base where each Tesla is birthed. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Gerald just said that's one way to put it. Here
So
we
I
go.
try to have a slide for each set of records incorporated into the presentation. These are records I was provided. It's not necessarily the case that every one of these things is depicted at
I
some
hope
point
Elon
in
sends
the
himself to
presentation,
the
but
moon
these
and never
are
comes back.
all the records I was provided, about this
Everybody has
number
their own
ending in
opinion, right?
5452. Throughout the presentation, I'll refer to most of the numbers by their last 4 digits. It's just easier than listing the whole thing out, and they all have unique last 4.
Don't
So
judge him
the listed
because he had a
subscribers
contract with Tesla. Contract with and working directly for 2 different things. So don't judge my honey boo. He's not there no more.
is listed there, and then also the contact name that was listed in the subscriber records, and then you can see what each of the files was, primarily CSV or XLSX files. These are spreadsheets like you would open in Excel.
Next.
Yep. Okay, there we are. This is the same title for a different phone number ending 9562. You'll notice this one is T-Mobile, and the way T-Mobile provided their records is a lot fewer spreadsheets. It just happens to be the case that Verizon tends to provide an awful lot of files. It's just the way they maintain their records, and we don't control that.
So some of them have records that one spreadsheet may include everything from calls to cell tower locations, and others they separate them all out.
Correct. Different businesses choose to keep their records different ways. We don't dictate it. We take what we're given and then we analyze that.
So this 9562 number is for Lori Vallow.
That's what the subscriber information listed, yes. And here we have the records related to a Verizon number ending 9120, listed subscriber, Mr. Alex Cox. This is again Verizon, so as you can see, we have that multiple number of spreadsheets in the manner that they tend to provide them.
And those are sort of the things that were on those thumb drives when we were talking
Correct.
about each exhibit.
Correct. And then this is going to represent the data extracted from Mr. Vallow's phone after the fact. This report that I incorporates only the locations logged by the device. There's other data on the phone that I don't address here.
And then you referred to the evidence item of the CH131035-001.
Yes.
And that's the impound number for that cell phone.
Yes, that's the Chandler PDSI number for that particular device from which the data was extracted. I mentioned some of this earlier, but again, I have it on the screen here representing that these are location data expressed as latitude-longitude pairs, as you would see in many other circumstances. Any given device may log them more frequently or less frequently, but we can examine the phone and see if they are present. And then for the data point marker, if you would click advance once, when it's represented on the screen, it's going to be represented as a dot with no particular radius, because the way that the device stored the location, it provides a latitude and a longitude, but it doesn't make any assertion as to what the error rate on that is. It just says, here's the latitude and longitude that the device recorded on this date at this time.
Y'all, this is going to get very technical, and some people aren't techies, and that's fine. But this is very vital because of the timing of when Charles was unalived and reported and what was done between the two. And thank you so much for joining us, Lita Tony. Thank you so much. All right, y'all, back to this.
As we go through and we're looking at location data inferred from cell site connections, you will see pins on the map, and they're color coded because one of the easier ways for people to tell which thing we're looking at is what color it is. So you saw in the last slide, I had assigned the GPS location data the color of red. It's just as an arbitrary assignment. And then we have blue for one of the phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have purple for one of the other phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have green for the number attributed to Alex Cox. When you see these, those will be what they're associated with. And also, because that could be hard to remember, each slide that represents those records will have tabs up at the top to remind people of what they represent.
Trying to find the best placement.
We can advance, I think.
Hi, Amy.
This shape that you will see when we're dealing with cell site connections, this is a visual representation of what the estimated coverage area of a particular cell site would look like if you were above it looking down. So there's the way that the records are stored and the way that they're returned to us by the cell phone providers. They will indicate a date and a time a connection was made. They'll give sufficient information to identify the tower to which it connected and also the face of the tower. So cell phone towers have multiple faces that a device could connect to, and that's going to indicate a direction generally. And then one can estimate what the coverage area of that face of the tower might be, and that's represented on the map as an estimate of the device's likely location area.
So when we're talking about the cell phone itself giving you the GPS location, is that more specific than this cell tower data that you're receiving from the providers like Verizon and T-Mobile?
Yeah, so there's there's a distinction between precision and accuracy, right? So precision is how precisely the thing is defined. So what area? So when the GPS location data says this exact latitude and longitude to some number of decimal places was logged at this time, that's very precise. That doesn't mean it has to be very accurate, but it does mean it is quite precise. What you will see when these devices are connecting to cell towers is you're going to see relatively large areas where the device is inferred to have been. It likely was in that area. This is different because the device didn't record this location. The provider recorded that on this date, at this time, this mobile device connected to this tower on this face, and we know or are able to determine the approximate coverage areas of those towers. But it's not more precise than that. It's a much more general area. This is another representation of that shape. So this shape is derived by people in the industry by testing the way that these antennas work in what's called an anechoic chamber, which is a fancy word for a room that's designed to reduce the interference with the propagation of radio waves. So if this represents what a coverage area might look like under lab conditions, one thing to keep in mind is that the real world basically never mirrors lab conditions. This is an estimated area where you would expect an antenna to likely have coverage. And that's what it's represented for. And then if you click forward, it just shows the direction the antenna face was pointing. If you are looking at one of these shapes on the map, then that center line is what's known as the azimuth, which is essentially just the angle at which that face of the tower was recorded to have been facing.
So you're not able to tell us within this area where the cell phone may have been located?
Not without a different type of data or a separate corroboration. It's to say that the likely coverage area where the device likely was is somewhere in that red shaded area.
And so when you talked about trying to use other sources to verify this, we talked about Charles Vallow's phone and looking at the GPS data, for instance, with the Walgreens. Are you doing the same thing with the cell tower?
Yes, that's correct. It's with any of the data that we're given that asserts to represent the location of a person or of a device. One of the first things one wants to ask is, okay, well, how reliable is that? And what ways can we determine if it's reliable? And so in all instances, I'm looking to see other corroboration that that location data appears to be accurate. This is an example of what the mapping will look like that you'll see throughout this. So this is just a section taken from a slide that was generated, and I put it up front so you can see in advance what it's likely to look like at different points. So if you click forward, this is going to represent in Google Earth Pro, they have this timeline slider bar that allows one to interact with what time it is. So up top, that should be visible, and there'll also be notation, and it'll show approximately when the events depicted on the screen took place, and it'll be a range. It can be widened or narrowed as needed. And if you'll click forward. So as we just discussed, the estimated location for the device ending 9120 would be somewhere in that green shaded area. And if you'll click forward, the iPhone, which was recording its locations as pinpoints, those are all expanded out, but you see how the lines all draw to the same approximate place. That means that for a period of time, it was in a same location, and when one clicks on it, they all balloon out to show that they're all tied back, tied back to that same place. So you would expect the iPhone to be in the area where those all tie together. And if one zooms in, you get a more precise look at that. And then if you click forward, then the estimated location for 5452, somewhere in the lavender shaded area, you'll notice that they're sized differently. This size is an estimate based on cell phone tower density. It can vary by provider, and it can vary by the area, because as a general rule, cell phones seek the strongest connection that they have available to them. So when the device connects to the tower, that tower's area may be greater if there is less density of cell towers around, and it may be smaller if there's more density. And then the last thing is a reminder of what those tabs up top are for. Those are just to help a viewer keep track of what they're seeing on the screen.
Right. You told us that you mapped just July 11th of 2019, correct?
Correct. So this animation is showing location data derived from the cell phones. You'll see the tab up top reminding you what the color coding means. And it shows the True by Hilton 1950 South Santan Village Parkway, and that the location data is in that area in the early morning hours and also in a few areas nearby, but then returns to that area.
I don't know why I did that. Hold on. So we're looking, you have 716, Charles' iPhone is in the area of the True Hilton. So this is AM, correct?
Yeah, so it's, and forgive me, I'm going to use military time because it's what we do, but 0000 is midnight through 716. This animation covers that range of time, and it's playing through what the locations do as one scrolls through that time, including that they end and the True by Hilton. These can be somewhat graphically intensive.
Okay. So as you're continuing through the morning, you continue mapping the GPS of Charles's phone?
Yes, so
Oh, it's doing this.
we may need a different machine.
May need to what?
A different machine. Okay, this time frame that you saw depicted partially is showing that from 716 to 731, all the individual recorded locations describe a path, and that path leads from the True Hilton along major roadways generally, and then comes at around 731 to the area of 5531 South Four Peaks Place. And then it goes slightly past that to 737, which marks the last outgoing communication sent by the device before the shooting is known to have occurred.
We'll keep trying this one, and if it messes up again, I'll switch to the other one.
All right.
So just so we know, when was the 911 call?
The 911 call was at 8:36.
So at 7:37, you see the last outgoing communication. That's a text message sent by the phone.
Correct. This is advancing from 7:37 to 7:49 and showing those various location hits in the general area of the Four Peaks Place house. And then at about 7:50, which as it notes is 45 minutes before the call would be made to 911, the device leaves the area. And then it zooms out and it shows that it is 7:52, which is about 43 minutes before the call will be made to 911. The device associated with Alex Cox, specifically the 9120 device, makes an outgoing call to the 9562 device associated with Ms. Lori Vallow.
All right, so we see the little house icon is the residence where the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
And we see Lori Vallow's phone at this point at 9:52, utilizing a cell tower that is overlaps some, but it appears to be away from the residence.
Yes, so the pin is the location of the cell tower that is being connected to in each of these cases. So yes, one would notice that the cell tower being serviced for Ms. Vallow's device is a bit farther to the north in this case.
And then you said that there is a call from Alex Cox's cell phone to Lori Vallow's cell phone?
That's correct. So we've added on the map the location of the Burger King at 2865 East Ocotillo Road, and you can see the red dots again representing the GPS locations from Charles Vallow's phone, arriving at around that time. So we're looking from 7:53 to 7:56, and the device is at or near where that Burger King is located.
And so when you went to Burger King, let me ask this, the prior map that we saw, did that cell tower cover the area of where this Burger King was or is?
It may have. The thing is, all these locations are estimates, so it's in the area. It likely covered it, yes.
Did you then utilize that video that we talked about to confirm that Charles Vallow's phone showing in this area appeared to match the SUV as well as Ms. Vallow being there?
Yes, it appears to match this visit to the Burger King, which we are now seeing. This is the video that I recovered from the Burger King.
All right, so this was a video that, so you could identify the vehicle and at least see the license plate on that?
Correct.
And as you watched it, this one doesn't depict the, or you can't see the driver on this video, right?
Right, there's another view coming up.
So this one just shows us hands going in and out.
It does. It shows the view showing the vehicle. This is one of the views that they have of their drive-through.
So if we forward to the next slide,
Yes,
we will see from the inside the service of.
correct. So this is their drive-through window view. Again at 7:54. Bless you.
Hey guys, I'm still here. I'm just wanting to make sure that y'all could see the entire presentation as it was playing out.
And so did this appear to match the receipt that you had received?
This did appear to match the receipt.
About it.
This,
Maybe in
I was
Discord.
told as well, and that document was associated with this transaction.
So the time matched up as well as what they appear to be purchasing from the
Correct.
video.
Correct.
Now, in this video, were you able to see if there was someone in the back seat?
I can't particularly tell if there's someone in the back seat.
So you could tell there was a passenger, though.
Front seat passenger, yes. All right, so we see the vehicle pulling away. It's almost 7:56 according to their timestamp. We can now advance. This video as well is going to show at about 7:56 as the vehicle leaves from that view at the drive-through.
So again, we're seeing that the times that are documented on Charles's phone seem to appear with what you're looking at from other independent sources.
That's correct. So here we have the location data from Mr. Vallow's iPhone is now moving north. You see those few hits that are rendered in red. That's from 7:56 to 8:06. So that's the time that the vehicle just left and going forward 10 minutes. And then at 8:06, there is this outgoing call from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's device. And you can see the service area for Ms. Vallow's device has also moved north to an area that covers the same area where you see those red data points for Mr. Vallow's iPhone.
So now it's clear that from the mapping that Charles Vallow's phone, the GPS data appears to be in the general area of where Lori Vallow's cell phone is utilizing a cell tower.
That's correct.
And Alex Cox's phone appears to be utilizing a cell tower in the area of the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks.
That's correct.
Then we have a phone call at 8:06. At this time, has 911 been called?
Nope. This location data now goes to an area where there is a Walgreens in Chandler. This is again location data for Mr. Vallow's phone, and then it goes north and west to a different Walgreens. This Walgreens at 785 South Cooper Road is the one from which I eventually obtained video. And we see it's arriving around 8:16 in the morning.
Did you go to that other Walgreens?
I did not go to that other Walgreens.
Did you call them?
I did not.
So you picked the right one. You called this Walgreens. Were you able to see that the phone was there for a while?
Yes.
And did that give you a clue that this was the Walgreens that might have some relevant information?
More likely, correct.
So we see those red dots again identified as Charles Vallow's iPhone, the GPS data that was extracted from it. And we see that his phone is in that area around 8:08.
Well, it moves to that area. So at 8:08, it was at the one on Lindsay. And then from 8:08 to 8:17, it moves up to the one on Cooper. And that's where we are now, is at around 8:17.
And we can tell that from the up on the left-hand corner.
The slider up top. Yep.
Okay. So then you went to that Walgreens after you confirmed and you obtained video from them?
That's right.
And is this the video?
This is the video. You can see the timestamp at 8:16 as she walks in.
Was she barefoot?
And then I think we can advance to the next. So these are just multiple views that they had. The video at the door was motion activated, so I don't control when it starts or ends. Those are the clips that they had.
So she's buying 2 pairs of flip-flops.
As indicated in the receipt.
Is she barefoot? Do we know? There's only one. Oh, there's 2. Yeah, she's putting it on now.
So you'll see on their timestamp, we're now up to 8:20. and the transaction is completed.
Amen. Amen, Ronnie.
Yeah, I think we can go to the
Definitely
next
a
slide.
Satan in the
All right,
flesh.
so this shows now a time span from 8:17 to 8:33. You see that the next location hits move over to Lawrence Life Academy at 8:33 at 1305 South Gilbert Road. So this is a couple minutes before the 911 call. And then we see the 911 call depicted in that coverage area in the green towards the bottom of the screen. And it shows 8:35 and 54 seconds is when the outgoing 911 call is placed. It shows that number there to 911, indicating that the call is outgoing from the 9120 number associated with Mr. Alex Cox.
Mine did not block.
And the last location data that we see in this time span for Mr.
morning.
Vallow's iPhone is up
Again.
by the Gilbert and Ray area.
So where we see that red dot is where Lawrence Life Academy is, or in the general area of that.
Correct.
And then we see that still back at the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks is Alex Cox's cell phone. And this is when he finally makes the 911 call at 8:35.
That's correct. This is an excerpt from the Chandler Police Department's CAD
wonder how
report in
Lori's
this
gonna
manner, showing the
that one.
call received and connected at 8:36 and 21 seconds. And this is specifically relative to this case. You can see our report number in the first line of text entered by the call taker.
I wonder
And is
if
that,
Lori's going
again,
be
to
able
verify that phone call you're seeing occurring on Alex Cox's phone records matches up with what is being received?
Exactly. And then here at 8:49, we would see, looking at the location data on Mr. Vallow's phone, it's moving south, and that it's about at 8:49 that it arrives in the neighborhood at 5531 South Four Peaks Place, rather, and specifically on that street. So just looking at the data, you would expect the device has now arrived in the area of the house at about 8:49.
Now, you told us that this GPS data, that you have no control over when a phone is documenting that. So it's not like every minute or every 5 minutes that it does that.
Correct.
You're just given the data you're given. That's when it marked again that where it was.
Correct.
Did you then, again, to try to confirm that this is in fact, his phone is back in the area by looking to body cam footage to show the arrival of Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Correct. So one way of corroborating if the device is traveling with her and if it arrives at about the same time, our body cameras are all time stamped. The officer happened to be wearing his upside down, so I'll fix that for you in a moment on this slide, but you can see the timestamp there. And if we advance, I highlight a couple of things about this slide. I highlight the sandals. I invert the timestamp so you can read it properly, and I do the conversion because it's in Zulu time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, which is always 7 hours ahead of Arizona. So you have to do a little conversion to get to 8:48 in the morning.
So that again matches with the GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone showing that his phone was now back on scene.
Correct.
Now, you continued to track the phone for the day.
Yes, so this shows the time span 8:49 to 9. The phone is near the Four Peaks house, as was Alex Cox's device. Advancing a little bit, we see that now Alex's device is up in the area of the Chandler Police Department. And another way that I can check that that appears to be accurate is that I know that he was transported there at about that time.
All right, so we saw, before this went purple, that Lori Vallow's cell phone and Alex Cox's cell phone were in the area of the 5531 South Four Peaks,
Yes.
along with Charles's iPhone.
Yes.
And then we see movement of Alex's phone to the Chandler Police Department.
Yes, that area where it was at the end of the slide before the animation overpowered the machine was showing a coverage area that includes the Chandler Police Department.
So what are we seeing here then?
Okay, this is just advancing forward through the day, so showing that if you go to the noon hour, then between 12:13 and 12:36, the device moves up to an area by Santan Village Parkway in the 202. And then there is a tower connection with Ms. Vallow's device ending in 9562, showing that device is also in an area served by that tower.
So in this time frame then of 12:30, we see both Charles Vallow's cell phone GPS data and Lori Vallow's cell phone utilizing a cell tower in the area of Santan.
Yes, that's right. So this is again showing the trail of those location data points moving forward in time as Charles Vallow's device is moving roughly east. And you can see also connections made by Lori Vallow's phone and by Alex Cox's phone in similar areas at similar time frames until we get to a point where the device arrives at this house at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan, which I understand to be Mr. Alex Cox's residence at the time.
All right, so the address of 1658 East Shari or Shari Street in Santan was Mr. Cox's residence. And now at 1:40 or so, 1:30 to 1:40, we're talking about Charles Vallow's phone sending GPS data that it's in that area.
Yes, that's correct. So now looking at 1342 to 1407, so that's 1:42 to 2:07 p.m. You see multiple tower hits from both of Lori's devices, and you also see persistent GPS location data from Mr. Vallow's device in that same area. Specifically, this call that you're seeing now in the lavender is known to be a call made to Detective Inkland's desk phone.
All right, so we have Lori Vallow in the area of utilizing a cell tower in the area of her brother Alex's house, along with Charles Vallow's iPhone being in that area of his house.
Correct.
And then we see a call to Detective Inkland's desk phone by Ms. Vallow.
That's correct.
And were you aware that Detective Inkland had called Lori to ask them to return to the scene?
I was aware of that.
Were you actually at the scene?
At that time, I don't think so.
Okay. You were there earlier.
That's correct.
So,
No, I'm going to correct that. I was there at that time.
okay. You were still at the
I
scene?
was still at the scene at that time, yes.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, so this next map or slide that we see, what is this time frame we're seeing?
Okay, so this advances just a little bit. So it's 1409 to 1418. Again, we still see red location hits for Mr. Vallow's iPhone. We still see blue for Ms. Vallow's 9562 number. And we see this lavender one come up for her 5452 number. It's an outgoing call to a particular phone number that I know to be associated with the Valley of the Sun mortuary. If you advance to the next slide.
Maybe.
Oh, now you can advance. I was just highlighting the number. This is that same number on their website.
So at go back, at 2:18, Lori
Correct.
Vallow is calling the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
Yes. So here we advance this area. This is going up closer to 243. You'll see location data for the iPhone starts trending westward and is eventually going to arrive again in the area of 5531 South Four Peaks. That's at about 3:11 p.m. when it arrives in that area.
Now, you indicate in one of the icons up there that from 209 to 243 or 1409 to 1443, that You also had noted Lori's, both of her phones associated with her, the Verizon and T-Mobile, as well as Alex's Verizon phone, were initially in the area of Alex's house in Santan. And that's sort of throughout that time period, you're saying.
Correct.
And then we see initially Charles's GPS coming back to the residence at 5531 South Fort Peaks and arriving there around 2:43.
Arriving there around 3:11. Yep, correct.
So we know that because we have to again look at the slide up at the top. That's when it arrives there.
Correct.
After that, did you become aware that Charles Vallow's cell phone was handed over to Detective Enclan?
I did.
And then presented to someone later in your forensics unit to download, extract, so that you could use it for instance, this.
Correct. It was assigned that item number I listed earlier in the report, and then it was submitted for extraction, and that's how I eventually obtained that location data that you've just seen.
Did you look at any other days to do GPS data?
I did not.
Was this day looked at because you were trying to see what was going on with both Miss Vallow, Alex Cox, as well as Charles, and later just his phone?
Yes, specifically, we initially had concerns about the timeline I was initially asked to look at, and I looked at it at that time, noting those issues, which led to recovery of video and things. Is not primarily my case.
I'm having a camera glitch. Sorry about that.
As it's not primarily my case, beyond that, I would have done whatever else I was asked to do, but I wasn't asked to look at other days in this case.
So ultimately, your what you determined was that the timeline of Lori Vallow leaving when the 911 call was and returning back was not accurate.
Yes, as I understood, based on, again, the multiple different ways now that we're able to corroborate location not only of devices that are relevant, because we knew at this point that she had Charles's phone, we knew numbers for her phones, we have video of her at various places. It led to the inescapable conclusion that either the shooting did not happen that close in time to the 911 call, or that she wasn't there for the shooting. I could not see a third way of interpreting that data.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, Cross.
Okay, guys, interesting. Now here we go. Y'all get ready for the shock and rumble. Here we go. You got one on us.
Detective Werther, you had submitted a report on 12/26/2019, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And have you had a chance to review that at all before your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So you found some interestingly contrasting things in your report that you reported on that date. You made a note of his daily text message of love and devotion to me. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay. Then you also made a note of his interactions with women he was attempting to date. Is that correct?
I do remember that.
Detective Werther, in your report on page 103, you indicate that Charles went to the airport to meet Florence Hughes and found that she never boarded. Is that correct?
Hold on.
Check for relevance.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just in his report, Your Honor, and I was just going over it to see if.
Well, everything in a police report isn't necessarily relevant. Well, how's it relevant to this case?
It's relevant to show what was going on in this, right before this happened. These events happened within June and July.
All right, it's the objection sustained.
Did you learn who Florence Hughes was?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
In your report, detective, you find evidence that Charles did in fact send someone $1,000.
And I would object to relevance again.
Sustained.
And I would object to relevance to all of these types of questions.
When you had, what was your role in going through the data from the phone, from my husband's phone?
So primarily I went through the location data because of the concerns we had about timeline. I know I went through other data associated with other accounts, but I don't believe I specifically went through the phone extraction outside of the location data.
Okay. But in your report, you made a lot of notes to these things, but that wasn't what you were looking for. You just happened upon it. How did that happen?
So there are things found, I think many of those may be related to a Google account. And yes, as certain things were being accomplished as a team, sometimes you'll task out and say, would you look through this to see what you find that may be relevant? And it isn't always clear up front in an investigation what's going to be relevant. So when I see communications between people without knowing the full story, particularly when I'm not the primary case agent, I may note things because I want to make sure the case agent knows of them so he or she can decide if that's a thing that needs to be pursued further. And if they think it is, then they can ask me or someone else, or they can do it themselves. But that would be why some of those things are documented.
Okay. And you wrote them in your report because you thought they might be relevant?
Yes, not knowing the full case, I noted things like that that may be relevant.
And that would need to go to the case agent so he could decide if those were relevant or not as well.
Correct. The case agent has much fuller information, particularly as a long-term investigation goes on. As somebody who's just helping out with certain tasks, it's not always obvious to you what things are going to be relevant to the person who knows the entirety of the case.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th, there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock. Is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock.
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Juliet at 10 a.m.
And obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
My mouse is not.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates for my husband back
Hold
to?
on.
If we can
hold
do a
on.
sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different question,
No,
Your Honor.
whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question. You can ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
Detective, you talked about going with Detective Moffett to the hotel room where you found my husband's laptop. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then was also his iPad in there?
I believe so.
And then you said some suitcases,
Correct.
maybe his briefcase was like a rolling suitcase?
It may have been. We may be describing the same thing differently. I didn't personally inventory the items. I helped to package them and take them back to the station.
Okay.
I've never freaking detected myself.
So when you got there, does that stuff go in evidence bags? I mean, how does that work when you got to the hotel room? Can you walk us through that?
Sure. There are different ways that one could do it. Pardon me. If the crime had occurred at the hotel room, it might be done in a different way. In this case, just clearing out someone's hotel room instead of unpacking everything there and searching through all of it in the hotel room and then repacking it all there. Sometimes it's much more appropriate to take the items as they are, seal them up, take them back to the station and impound them where they can be dealt with later as needed. So that's what we did in this case.
And then so with the electronic devices, were they off already or were they on? How did that work out?
I didn't check the condition of them, but I also didn't alter the condition of them.
So nobody got on there and opened it up or anything to see if it was powered on or not?
I did not do that.
Okay. And it was just you and Detective Moffett in there, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So after you collect all those things and then you take them with you to go to evidence, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so how long about do you think that you were there at that hotel room?
I no longer recall exactly how long we were there.
And then is someone documenting that? Like as you're putting together things, someone's writing down what that is, what you're taking?
Oh, writing down what the items are. Yes, we do document what the items are that we're taking, typically by at the station entering that into our report management system where they're assigned numbers like the one that you saw for the cell phone earlier. And then an evidence continuity begins when they're submitted to the property and evidence unit.
And then was there anything left in there that wasn't taken? I mean, just kind of clear out all of his things.
Anything left in the room?
Correct.
I do not believe we left anything in the room.
Okay. So then all of the things were taken into custody and that was the end of your association with them?
That's right.
Okay. But you were instrumental in delivering them, is that correct?
Yes, I assisted in packaging and delivering them, yes.
And that was just you and Detective Moffett?
Yes, that's right.
In the course of your investigation, Detective, did you become aware of the $2 million life insurance policy Charles had on me?
I'm not aware of that.
In the course of your investigation with my husband's phone, did you come across the threatening text messages from him to me?
I don't believe I saw text message content from his phone. From the phone, I restricted what I was looking at to the location data I had been given. So I'm not aware of contents of the phone.
Okay. And then, Detective, what was your role back at the house at Four Peaks Place? Approximately what time did you arrive and then leave the scene?
I arrived, it's indicated in my report, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because I don't recall, but I remained at the scene essentially, as mentioned, to shadow and observe the way these investigations are conducted. I know I was still there when the medical examiner arrived. I know I was still there when Mr. Cox came back, but exactly what time I left, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned you were shadowing Detective Kuntz, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay with him the whole time?
Yes.
And so you just kind of helped him doing what he was doing?
Yes, and I'm not confident how much I was there helping as much as observing. I didn't actually perform any particular tasks while I was there because, again, I was not on the team yet.
So you were observing mostly?
Mostly.
And then did you take notes while you were observing or just
I did not.
physical with the eyes?
I was just there to observe, yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had called me on July 12th, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that I had told you that I had when you asked me about information about JJ's school, I gave that to you, correct?
Correct.
And then I told you that I had the hotel key, is that correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you'd send someone over to pick it up.
Well, yes,
Correct.
I said I would check with the case agent, and that's probably what would happen.
And then, so did you contact Detective Moffett and discuss that with him?
I did.
And then he sent you over to the house to get it?
Well, we agreed to go together. Oh, to the house, I'm sorry.
Oh, to come pick up the card key?
Yes, I think we agreed that I would go do that, yes.
Okay, what about time was that? Was that on the 12th?
It was on the 12th. It's in my report. I think it was the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay. And then you weren't with Detective Moffett at that time?
I was not.
And then when did you guys actually go to the hotel to pick up that stuff?
We went right after that.
Oh, it was immediate?
Yes.
How long, Detective, did you analyze all this data before you did your report?
Well, that could be a complicated question because initially I only looked at the location data I had been provided. And initially we were only dealing with the location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then I wasn't heavily involved in the investigation after that point. As I recall, I was actually out of town some, and so I wasn't heavily involved. And then if you advance to some years later when I had learned more how to interpret cell phone records, and those cell phone records still existed, I was asked to look at them and to incorporate them into an overall analysis. So that now we're talking about something that occurred several years later. And the exact amount of time I spent doing that, I don't know exactly how long that would have been. I still did restrict my analysis to just that one calendar day.
In the first place, and then you got more data later?
I know there is more data, but I have not gone through and done a thorough analysis of all of the data that has been assembled over the course of whatever time frame has been determined to be relevant in this case. I was asked to look at the day of the event.
Okay. But you had other data in this report that was dated 12/26, is that correct?
Yeah, that seems right.
How long before that 12/26 report did you spend compiling data? That's kind of my question, like weeks or months or just a few days?
I'm not sure I fully understand that question. So if this is what you're asking, when you write, for example, a search warrant to an internet service provider, let's say for somebody's Google or for something similar to that, once you send that, you just have to wait. And at some point they give it back to you. And then once they give it back to you, you go through it and you see what's contained in that. You save it to the side as evidence, and then you create a copy so you can go through that. And that's what I did. The amount of time I spent doing that, that's not something that we log.
Okay. But your report goes from, I guess, Bates page 88 to 105, so about 8 pages worth of data, yeah? Say?
I'm not sure, is that a question?
Or maybe it was even longer. Did you go to Lauren's Life Academy at any point?
I did not.
And were you able to identify JJ in the front seat of the car at the Burger King?
I wouldn't say that I can definitely identify him.
That you indicate possible juvenile with short dark hair in front passenger seat. Is that correct?
That's what I was able to see on the video.
Okay. That's all we have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
When you went to the True Hilton Hotel and picked up all of Charles Vallow's personal property, did you ever review anything from his laptop? Were you provided with extractions from his laptop that you reviewed?
I think I was at one point provided that, yes.
Did you use any of that data from the laptop in creating your PowerPoint?
No,
Did you review anything, any extractions from his iPad?
I don't believe I reviewed the iPad.
So obviously, did you use that in your PowerPoint?
No.
In your understanding, why were you only asked to look at the day of July 11th of 2019?
My understanding specifically was because we were looking at the very significant to us fact that the timelines that we had been told appeared to be inaccurate. The purpose of what I looked at was to examine whether that inaccuracy was supported by or refuted by various different types of location data, video data, other evidence. And again, that's specifically what I looked at is, does it appear that this device, as I had been told, was actually traveling with Miss Vallow, or does it not appear to be the case? And doesn't matter to me what the outcome was, but as you can see, there are indications that it was. Beyond that, if someone had asked me, oh, well, now there's some relevant question we want you to look at an expanded timeline for, I would have been happy to do so, but I was not asked to do that in this case.
So were you trying to determine whether or not it was accurate if you had not or been advised of the shooting?
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I am going to college and we've had a disaster with my summer registration, which should have already happened. And so I have to be on the phone right now. I am so sorry. I'll only be a few more moments. If I don't do this, I don't graduate at the end of the year. So thank you for your patience.
Shooting occurred just before 911 was called.
Correct.
And did what you learned match up with that?
No, again, as I said, I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only two possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Ms. Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
Thank you. No other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, I've been informed that a witness that was scheduled for this afternoon has become ill and would not be able to appear this afternoon. So we're going to break early for the day. The schedule for the rest of the week will be 10:30 to 4.
Okay, guys, I am so sorry. This is detrimental. I am so mad right now. I'm just frustrated beyond belief. It is horrible situation. I'll explain in a minute. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
4:30 for Wednesday and Thursday. So plan on 10:30 to 4:30 for both of those days. You're free to go for the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
All right, jury.
Let's see what happens when the jury leaves. Let's just see if they come back with anything. Thank you so much for watching. We love Court TV. Everybody give a hello for Court TV. Wow, that ended quick. Yeah, that really did end it quick. What happened was, which was not shown in trial, was the fact that we had a problem with one. Unfortunately, the juror is sick, and so they are not going to be there's not going to be anything else for the rest of today. The judge was not happy. Apparently, he walked in very briskly. He left very briskly, as you could tell. You guys, I'm going to have to let you go now. I love and appreciate everybody's support. Hold on, ma'am. I'm sorry. Hold on. So, guys, I have to finish with this phone call. It's vital. I have to get this done. So, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for watching me today. Be in prayer for the high school students who were shot today in Dallas. They are thankfully all going to live. They are injured, but they are going to live. With that, amazing people you are. I will see you tomorrow. Blessings. Have a great evening. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.